about me. I had not been drinking anything, but I just
Thanks for clarifying. Thanks for clarifying. People were asking questions.
Maybe I should have.
Equities down by about 0.7% as things stand. On the Russell, we're down by 1%. Yields were positive, now they're negative. We're down by 2 basis points on the session at 355 on 2s, on 10s at about 412. Stephanie Roth of Wolf Research is with us around the table. Stephanie, good morning.
Good morning.
So we've got the strikes in healthcare. Largely anticipated, we were looking for that data to come through. We've got the weather effect as well. How weak is this week report?
I mean, it's certainly soft. I think another thing that we haven't talked about appears to be something with birth death, but we're still looking into it. The birth death adjustment was 90,000 compared to something well over 100,000 in the year ago print because it's not seasonally adjusted. So that might have also been the reverse of what we got in January, where it was a very strong adjustment. So that added about 50,000 in January. Perhaps you got somewhat of the reverse in February. That said, it still was a fairly weak report. And that does leave the Fed in a tough spot because we're in this stagflationary backdrop. But like Neil Dutta said, we're not in 2022 where we had a lot of supply chain shocks. We had a very strong demand backdrop. There were stimulus checks that were continuing to come through. This is a very different backdrop, and I expect them to look through it a lot more than they were able to.
I'm wondering what you make of this report, how distorted it is versus actually expressing weakness. And looking at some of the components underneath it, and it does look like the Kaiser strike, the healthcare strike, did have some influence over this. 34,000 jobs removed because of that. But it's also leisure, 27,000 jobs down. You've got private services down 61,000, information down 11,000. So there are these other points of weakness. It's a pretty broad base. It's not just coming from one sector. Can you look at this and make some conclusion about how much heat there is still in this employment market?
I mean, if you take a step back and look at some of the other indicators, because we know there was a lot of things going on in February. Claims look largely fine. The other measures of the labor market look a little bit better. Challenger this week didn't show the same type of layoffs that you got in January. The broad picture tells you we're still in this low hire, low fire environment. It's not strong by any means, but it's probably not as weak as today's data suggests. And if we were to wind a month ago, or at least the market narrative was such that the labor market's on fire and we're in a much different situation. So I think looking through all of the noise, it's a labor market that is okay, but not strong.
We've talked a lot, and you said that you should look through the noise, and this is not a Fed that needs to cut rates. How much does the oil shock change that, given the fact that that's going to really pressure a lot of households? They're going to be spending $160 filling up their gas tanks rather than, say, $120 in short order. I mean, how does that affect how you see us looking through this?
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, the market has been trading it the other way, where the oil shock makes the Fed be able to be less accommodative. I agree with you, though. The oil shock, especially in the backdrop of an economy that is not overly strong or overheating, tells you that, if anything, the Fed should sort of wait and watch the demand implications, because we might see softer demand, such that they need to be a little bit more accommodative, although perhaps it might take a little longer for the bill to cut rates.
I think it's fair to say the governor was voting for a rate cut at the next meeting. Have some company in Governor Myron. How much company do those two have right now in the committee?
Probably not many, and the Fed speakers most recently have said we want to watch and kind of see the implications of the oil price shock. And one payroll print is not going to change that, although they might sound a little bit more dovish than would otherwise be the case.
Mike McKee standing by, still with us. Mike, I want to bring you back into the conversation for the people just tuning in, just arriving this morning and checking what's happening with payrolls. I can tell you a big downside surprise, negative 92K on non-farm payrolls, the headline number. The estimate we were looking for was positive 55,000. The unemployment rate higher than expected as well at 4.4% against an estimate of 4.3 and some negative revisions as well.
Hello, my name is DrPaulCottrell. Thank you for joining. We are live streaming on YouTube, my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and also live streaming on Rumble. We're going to be covering the markets, how it pertains to the Iran war that is being conducted right now. The energy markets are moving upward because of this. That's natural gas and oil. We're going to be covering that. It's affecting the stock market. Stocks are down. And also it's affecting the bond market and currency markets. So we're going to cover all this. I have two different versions of this live stream. The larger screen that you can see on Rumble, but you can also see the telemetry, live stock trading telemetry on YouTube or on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Please help support the work that I do by subscribing. Make sure you subscribe to all my channels. I have YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. You can follow me on X, GETTR, Substack, TikTok, Patreon, Buy Me a Coffee. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee. Please help support the work that I do. All these videos are for free. Share the links. If you pay attention to what I have to say, you will make money, all right? But also, if you pay attention to what I have to say, you will slow down the aging process, boost up your immune system, and your body will be healthier. So, with that said, the latest news that came out for the jobs report, there was an estimate loss of jobs of 55,000. It came in at 92,000. So job losses are greater than what was expected. Oil is trading at $86 a barrel. Natural gas right now is trading at 3.08 in the futures market. And the stock futures are trading at 6,767. All right. Now, if you pay attention to Hegseth's press releases and press conferences, it seems as though the United States government is conducting the war very efficiently and effectively. Now, there seems to be a disconnect between what they're saying and what the energy markets are doing. You would think that the energy markets would start to stay steady at about the 70 handle, maybe the low 80 handle, and then start drifting down. That's not what's happening. Now, at the surface level, you would think, okay, it's because the Strait of Hormuz is clogged up, ships aren't going through. Trump, the reason why the ships aren't going through is they're afraid of getting hit. They've been told to anchor and not go through the strait. Trump's administration stated that the U.S. would give insurance and also escort ships through. Some ships are going through, but it's a trickle. So there's a clog up of ships needing to go through the strait. Now, energy producers, that means upstream and also lower stream products, but mainly the upstream product like crude oil, right, and natural gas, they are still pumping the oil and putting them in reserves, but the reserves that they have above ground are starting to fill up. All right, so there's a glut of oil that is starting to build up, and there is this bottleneck at the strait. So you have in the reserves above ground starting to grow. You have ships that need to go through the strait, but they can't. So the price is going up because the ships can't go through the strait. But once the ships start to flow at 75% normal flow level or higher, you're going to start hearing in the news that there's a huge inventory of energy, of oil. So the price is going to drop rapidly. The question is, how long will this continue to climb before that big drop? So, and if Trump does what he says he's going to do, and that is insure the ships, have the United States insure the ships because the insurance companies aren't willing to insure it, and use the Navy as an escort through the strait. Once that commences, oil should go down fast. Okay, so we're going to continue watching this ongoing situation, but experts are saying, oh, it's going to go to $100, $120 a barrel. I don't know, because it depends on if the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Air Force can control that southern area of conflict, if they can, and be dominant, they have already air superiority. It looks like they have Navy superiority. The problem comes in is that you still have these kamikaze drones that can hit ships, hit oil refineries, oil production facilities, even reserves. So that we may not have a full control of that situation. And maybe that's the reason why we're not hearing a lot in the news about escorts starting to commence. So with that, oil is going to be volatile. It's not going to be an upward trend here. I mean, constant upward trend. It may actually start to peter down, especially when the United States starts moving these ships through the strait. But anything can happen. If a U.S. naval vessel is hit, oil is going to skyrocket. So there's a lot of risk that's going on here. But if you listen to what Hegseth is saying during the press conferences, it looks as if the United States is above or over their projected timeline, and they're much more effective than they thought. And the bigger question is once they win the campaign of Operation Epic Fury, what happens with the next government in Iran? Is it going to be theocratic? Is it going to be some sort of democracy? Is it going to be some sort of monarchy? Who knows? I personally think that the United States should basically work with the Iranians, get the IMF and the World Bank involved to stabilize their economy once operations are done. That way the oil that's sold goes into the country to be able to rebuild it. You stabilize the currency, have them getting integrated with trade. The World Bank and the IMF are perfect for this. And then use the UN with maybe a group of maybe 4, plus the UN, the United States, maybe Britain, maybe France, but a group of 5 main countries that are giving a skeletal government that has 3 branches: executive, legislative, and judicial, of equal power. And that is almost that skeletal structure is heavily borrowed from the United States and our government. We don't want a monarchy in Iran. We don't want a theocracy in Iran. That's what they have right now. We would prefer a republic, but you don't want a democracy or republic that constantly dissolves when there is no confidence. So there's a lot of governments out there where there's no confidence, dissolving a parliament. So we want something that's a little bit more stable and more like the United States in a sense of 3 branches of government, equal powers, constitutional rights. All right. There's a huge secular population within Iran. There's a huge educated population in Iran. This is different than what you had in Iraq. In addition, Iraq is like an amalgamation of different nationalities and there was a lot of sectarian violence. You don't have that so much in Iran. You have a real country and you have an educated population that's secular. So you can use this. You can take modernity and the benefits of a constitutional republic, use it as a structure for them to have a government. And that way you don't go to the grandson of the Shah, you don't bring in another Ayatollah, and you don't create some sort of hodgepodge democracy that can be dissolved every time that there's conflict. So the United States, with a group of 5, plus the UN, needs to work together to be able to set that governmental structure with the Iranian people, have fair elections that are guaranteed by the UN and its peace forces, using the IMF and the World Bank to stabilize the economy. That's how you're going to have Iran go into modernity and be a major contributor to the world economy instead of exporting terror. And unfortunately, we're not hearing that from the President of the United States. The President of the United States, I'm concerned, is just looking for expediency and not really looking for a constitutional republic for the Iranian people. But that's my take. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. These are products that I use every day to slow down the aging process, boost up the immune system, and just to have overall health and longevity. I have structural nanosilver soaps, very high quality. You can get it in peppermint, and you can get it also in lemongrass. Get a few bars for your household, very high quality. This will help with your skin, and it neutralizes because it's structural nanosilver. Also, get the Max 35, Max 14, or Cleanse. Now, Cleanse is 30 parts per million, Max 14 is 14 parts per million, and Max 35 is 35 parts per million. They're at different price points, but you use them the same way. Whichever one you decide to purchase, take a teaspoon a day every day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds, and swallow. What this will do is neutralize. It will improve your oral cavity, so your oral cavity will be healthier, your teeth will be healthier, your gums will be healthier. It will also neutralize and help with your oral pharynx. The oral pharynx is the back of your throat, and that's super important because when that's healthy, you don't get sick as often. So taking this Max 35, Max 14, or Cleanse, this is going to help to improve the epithelial cells, maintain mucosal barrier, and neutralize. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or 2 a day. If you're around someone that's not feeling well, do the same thing. Take a tablespoon or 2 a day. Once everything's all clear, go back to your maintenance dose, but do this every day. I've been doing this protocol every day since 2020, every day. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Max 35, Max 14, or Cleanse. And when you are doing that, that's going to help to boost up your immune system, your innate immune system. And also, get the structural nanosilver toothpaste. This is a very high quality toothpaste, the best toothpaste that you're going to be able to buy. Has no fluoride, has structural nanosilver. It will neutralize, help the health of your gums, improve your oral cavity. And when you have a good, healthy oral cavity, you're going to reduce the chances of cardiovascular disease, and you're reducing the chances of valvular disease. It's really important to take this structural nanosilver toothpaste, especially during the cold season. Why? Because it neutralizes. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. With that said, let's continue with Bloomberg.
$1 million charge for arbitration claims. Not sure what those were around, but that dragged down fourth quarter profit. New Texas is stock, a company $735 million market cap. It was already down 36% year to date.
Okay.
So,
No way.
do we have time for one more?
One more, please.
Costco, not like
We have to go to Costco for. Do you go to Costco?
I used to.
Mateo lives there.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know she does. Lisa loves it. Carrie, I don't need 3 years worth of toilet paper. Like, I really don't.
Yes.
So
Is there a Costco in Europe?
There is a Costco.
Okay.
There in Queens. It's
Okay.
right there is on the Upper East Side. There is a Costco.
Yeah. But the issue is Lisa has 3 freezers in the garage.
Yes.
That's
That's
right.
what she can get away with.
Yeah.
So I used to have a membership. I don't anymore. But basically, a lot of people do because membership fees totals $1.3 billion during the quarter. That beat expectations.
Yeah, they did better.
They did better.
Yeah.
People want to buy the bulk. They believe they're getting value.
That's a recurring fee revenue businesses. Gotta love them.
And you know what? Online, you don't think online when you think Costco?
Yeah.
Up 22% last quarter. So their online business is on fire.
This is really another wave of online.
I'm going to go to Al Jazeera here. We're talking about the Homeland Security
Will
shit.
be coming this weekend. On X, Noam responded saying she looked forward to dismantling cartels and building on earlier accomplishments like securing the border. While leading DHS, Noam traveled the world touting Trump's immigration policies, including a visit to an El Salvador prison where she used prisoners as props. She extolled the president in public, and he seemed happy to keep her in the spotlight.
I'm Christy Noam, from the Cowboys who tamed the West.
Until this $220 million ad campaign starring and overseen by Noam. Earlier this week, Noam took heated questions from Republicans about whether Trump approved the cost.
And one thing, Senator, I think would be helpful to know is how effective that communications has been. That overwhelmingly
effective in your name recognition. I mean, I personally just, I mean, to me, it puts the president in a terribly awkward spot.
Trump reportedly says he did not approve the cost. As DHS Secretary, Noam also oversaw the brutal immigration crackdown in Minneapolis, in which federal agents killed 2 American citizens. And she was criticized for allegedly slowing the arrival of federal help to deadly flooding in Texas. As for her successor to lead DHS, Trump has selected the Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen. Republicans lined up to congratulate him on Thursday, and a few Democrats said he was at least an improvement.
Christy Noam is gone. Good riddance. She was a disaster.
Mullen will need Senate approval.
All right, breaking news here. Kuwait is cutting oil production after running out of storage room. This is what I was mentioning earlier in this broadcast. The above ground reserves that they can store their oil production is running out. So they're going to have to turn off the spigot because they don't have a place to put it. When things start to normalize and there's a flow of oil through the strait, 75%, all the way to 100%, oil is going to drop precipitously. All right. But we don't know when that's going to happen. So once again, we have news stating that there's going to be cutting oil production in Kuwait because they have no place to store it. And then Wall Street Journal just posted, in an unexpected downturn, the U.S. lost 92,000 jobs last month. The unemployment rate rose to 4.4%. Okay, with that, let's jump to Bloomberg here.
$1 a barrel on Brent crude. That's the global oil price, including a troubled Gulf of Hormuz. The West Texas Intermediate, the American price, $87.53. Futures almost negative 100 on S&P. Dow futures negative 662. We're on 4 big figures. Paul, do we agree that a VIX of 30 is like sort of like a tip point of angst?
Oh, I think so, Tom. I think that would really
be
important. We're 20, almost 28 here, but again, we were just below 20 a week or so ago, so this is a big change.
Let's get started on an important conversation for you across this nation. And again, on YouTube, subscribe to Bloomberg Podcast. Friday, they're huddling at CBS. Of course, it's Face the Nation Sunday mornings with Margaret Brennan. Should it be a 2, a 3, or a 4-hour Face the Nation? Margaret Brennan, it's news overload. Where do you begin at CBS?
Truly, we need to talk about what is going on with oil markets, with the Strait of Hormuz, what's happening with this ongoing war in Iran. And we are hoping the administration will take questions this week. They declined to take them last week. So we've got a lot of them. That's going to be front and center for us. We've also we're also going to turn to Senator Tim Kaine, Democrat of Virginia, who has a lot of his constituents deployed to the region right now, but he's got a lot of questions about the legal basis for this war. And we want to talk to him about the Americans who are getting pulled out, those civilians, so many of them stranded because Trump said all this happens so fast.
And Margaret, obviously Iran front and center, but we've also got some domestic politics. Kristi Noem being replaced here. How do we cover that?
I am sure the senator from Virginia will have some thoughts on that. Well, we do need to look at the Homeland Security question, right? Remember that part of that agency right now is not receiving funding because of this, limited shutdown. And so we need to talk about that because here on the domestic front, there are increased concerns about threats to the homeland, particularly in the context of this war. So we want to talk about that with Senator Kaine if there's any movement on the supplemental, but also are there any senators who will, from the other side of the aisle, vote for Markwayne Mullin, the senator, to become the secretary? It is sort of this unstated rule that senators stay aligned and support their own. Is the Trump context different? Right. How smooth a sailing will this confirmation process be?
I'm going to stop the show right now with Margaret Brennan over just one observation from this chaotic week. We say this with respect to all of you across the nation. There was a press conference of a different Secretary of Defense, Mr. Hegseth, certainly doing his press conference much more in a Secretary of Defense manner than maybe what we've seen. And a really unique fighter pilot is chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. But what I noticed, Margaret, after all the angst about the media in the Pentagon, is everyone was there, including Eleanor Watson. CBS has a unique history with the Pentagon and our men and women at war. What have you learned in the last 24 hours about our defense at the Pentagon?
Oh, and you're so right to hat tip Ellie Watson. She's just doing amazing work covering the Pentagon despite us being kicked out of the building. At these press conferences, to be clear, the secretary does want the press there with the cameras to broadcast this to the nation. So they are permitting pool cameras and the networks into
but your people aren't there, right?
On a daily basis, they are not. Remember, most major news organizations refuse to sign this unprecedented
including Bloomberg and John Nichols Wade and Bloomberg.
Exactly, saying basically you had to ask their permission before we publish anything, which is the
breaking news. This is from Bloomberg. Trump says he wants Iran's unconditional surrender as he rules out a deal. So this is also going to be bringing up the VIX index. Stocks are going to go down. Oil is going to continue to go up.
Conflict. However, the president's MAGA base, it's with him. It's with him now. Will it stay with him?
But I think of Michael Kelly at the Atlantic, and of course we all miss each and every day David Bloom from NBC from previous wars. Are we getting the straight story on this war from the Pentagon if news organizations are not in that building?
We are doing our best to give you the information we can confirm and find you the facts and the truth. Like the fact that I reported yesterday, our Gulf allies and Arab states are running low on interceptors to take down incoming Iranian missiles. They are clearly unable to defend against the Iranian drones. That seems to be a serious U.S. miscalculation how effective they would be. Mr. Hegseth, Secretary Hegseth from the podium said, munitions are full up, there's no shortage. That is not the case when it comes to our allies who are taking this incoming that we are helping to defend right now. Many of them CENTCOM members. So I can't account for that discrepancy, but the regional officials are feeling the pressure, and you're seeing that in some of the remarks from these Gulf state major investors right now, and certainly from Qatar with these remarks about the oil markets and the concern there. They want this war to de-escalate.
Margaret, how concerned are House and Senate Republicans in this election year when you've got it in an environment where the president is conducting what the poll show is an unpopular war for most Americans? Number one. Number two, we've got inflation still out there. Now we've got gasoline costs up 30 cents a gallon in the last week. I mean, if you're a Republican running for office, this has to be some pretty serious headwinds here.
Well, it certainly, there are data points that would seem to be suggestive of that. We're not hearing a lot of Republican lawmakers publicly say that, right? They are still voting with the president in terms of not contradicting his claim to be able to go ahead with this war, with the war powers resolutions failing thus far. To be clear, anyone with a family member who has deployed to the Middle East in the past 20-odd years knows that Iranian IEDs were a problem. They know Iranian-funded militias were a problem. They killed many American soldiers and those of our allies. No one is making the case that is pro-Iran in that way. There is a concern that I am hearing from lawmakers as to what is the stated end game, the goals, what was the imminent threat that our allies did not see, by the way. The United Kingdom asked to join U.S. strikes, and they said no because they did not see an imminent threat. So this, from a communication standpoint, the president's not taking the public along with him and making this case. His remarks were pretty limited. So I think a lot of us have questions about what happens next.
Margaret Brennan, with the experience of the Arab Spring and, of course, with the CBS television network, look to Face the Nation Sunday mornings on CBS. And, of course, Face the Nation, hugely popular for us, Sunday afternoon, 2 p.m. in New York, in Margaret Brennan's Washington, D.C., and in Boston as well. Futures at -92. The VIX out 4 big figures. We need to go to the Interactive Broker Studios. Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, let me just do a market update here. So the equity futures market is at 6,739. VIX is at 28.13. The Euro USD is at 115. If you don't remember, it was at 117 not too long ago. So dollar is strengthening. Oil's at $88 a barrel. Bitcoin is trading at Bitcoin's trading at 68,910. The Japanese yen is at 157. The Japanese yen was trading not that long ago at 153, 152. Dollar strengthening. All right, and we have natural gas at 3.137. So, and for the ones that are getting deeper into the weeds of the energy market here, Gush is at 36, Gush is at 37 right now in pre-market, 37.3, and DRIP is trading at 5.05. Gush is an ETF for longing energy producers and exploration. DRIP is the opposite, is the inverse. Okay, with that, let me do a quick plug here. Please go to my store, help support the work that I do, and help support your health and wellness. I have 2 different types of structural nano silver gel. You can get it in the quick dispenser called Renew, and you can get it in the tube form. Now, you use it the same way. They're both very high quality, and it's important to understand that these products are dual purpose. You can use them if you have a cut, an abrasion, minor burn. It'll help to heal it quicker. Why? Because it keeps the wound clean. You can use it topically every day to improve your skin. You can also use it if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well. Put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your nose, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostrils. You'll stay active for 5.5 hours. Very effective. Why? Because it neutralizes and it creates a barrier. Now, if you have a runny nose or your nose feels sore, take the gel, coat your nostrils, and you'll notice that you'll be able to breathe a little bit better, especially at night, right? Because it dries it up and it helps to reduce that inflammation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Renew or the tube form. Have some available. You never know when you need it, especially during the cold season, in the allergy season. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. All right, let's listen to Al Jazeera here.
But actually now it's around 5:15 in the afternoon. They have just sounded. They're very loud. And we usually just wait for those familiar booms in the sky as missiles are usually intercepted or drones coming in from Iran are intercepted. But this has really been putting the defenses to the test across the Gulf region as the war continues to spill across this region. We've heard sirens going off just in the last few minutes in Bahrain. The Qatar Interior Ministry put out a statement earlier just stating that there was an attack on a residential area. Some of its personnel were in there, so they were heavily condemning those attacks there. We've also heard sirens going off in Kuwait, and they're dealing with a number of missiles coming into the country. Again, they are intercepting them. We've seen particularly drones, a lot of drone warfare, a lot of kinetic activity in the sky going towards the United Arab Emirates in the past few days. They're dealing with hundreds of drones, 131 going there yesterday, and a number of ballistic missiles. So everyone is on high alert. But the Qatari authorities are saying it's very important that people adhere strictly to their rules when they ask people to go, stay inside, stay away from windows, and wait until the threat is over. And we do usually get this message, much to people's relief, when that security threat is no longer elevated here.
Laura, we know that Gulf countries have been talking about how there are concerns with regard to misinformation and rumors spreading online. What more can you tell us about that?
Well, actually, they've been saying this for the past few days, and they've been putting a lot of warnings for people to ignore misinformation and to report it if they are receiving that. Essentially, they don't want people to panic, and particularly if there are people are intentionally spreading misinformation. Now, the Ministry of Information just put out a statement saying they have arrested 190, I believe, it's either 2 or 4 individuals, essentially for filming areas that they shouldn't be. They've warned people against filming any debris falling or sharing videos that aren't necessarily confirmed to groups, and to only go to the relevant authorities to get information. They're all over social media, and they're putting out information on a daily basis so that people can get the relevant information and act upon that, as opposed to misinformation and essentially panicking.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Laura Khan live for us here in Doha. Thanks so much, Laura. In Lebanon, thousands of people have been fleeing their homes as Israel steps up its attacks across the country. Israel has issued forced displacement orders for southern Beirut, which is home to hundreds of thousands of people. Israel has been striking southern Beirut for several days now. France says it will provide armored transport vehicles and other support to strengthen its cooperation with the Lebanese armed forces.
All right, I want to go to CNBC here. They're talking to Hassett about the jobs data. For the ones that are just tuning in, jobs report came in with 92,000 jobs lost. Estimate was 55,000. The unemployment rate's at 4.4%.
And richer, that it creates more jobs for folks, and it's a good thing. In the end, that some people's professions may change, but with a much richer economy, there are many more places for them to go.
So Kim, we have that last tenable on these from Robert there, and I believe in investing in America. You believe in investing in America. Do you believe in putting hard-earned assets into the prediction market, which invests in nothing?
The what market?
The prediction market, about whether you and I are going to have a job next year. You know, the prediction market, the funny stuff.
The prediction market.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
is that replacing the investing market?
I've actually written a bunch of academic papers about prediction markets over the years. I think that they've shown that they're better at predicting outcomes in elections than polls and so on. And so I think that they have their use. It is something that I'm more of a hard asset kind of investor myself. Basically everything that I invest in is in the public domain, and it's basically treasuries and publicly traded things, mostly index things. But prediction markets have their use, and they're very, very useful for policymakers because they help you see what markets are thinking about the probabilities of different things that we have to follow as policymakers.
All right, or at least those with the money to bet in the first place.
Right.
Kevin, on crude, what is the response trigger to SPR release? Is that even in the mix or the discussion right now?
I'm involved in every discussion about energy prices, and we have certainly followed every possible, possible scenario and have a plan for it. But there has been no discussion that suggests that anytime soon that would happen. The bottom line is our expectation is, given the extreme success of our military, that the things that oil markets are concerned about will be less and less relevant relatively soon.
I mean, there is quite a robust debate right now about whether or not a tanker crew would be assured enough by a Navy escort or insurance from the Development Finance Corp to go, given the number of mines that are not only in the water, but that Iran still has the capability of deploying.
Right. Well, it's something that we're following very closely, and we have a high regard for the military that is putting together a plan to make sure that we can get ships through.
Okay, so Kevin, I'm going to go back again because I'm worried about secular versus cyclical. Transportation and warehouse. I mean, this is also robots. We have people that being replaced by robots, and again, it's productivity. But I want to know what happens to the people when they are put away because of the robots.
Wait, what happens, right, is that if you get a robot that helps you do your job, then you have more leisure time and you're wealthier because the robot is producing things that you didn't have to. And so I think that in the end, our societies can be much richer and have much more leisure time if we've got lots and lots of robots. But that kind of substitution of labor for robots is really, really far away.
Well, again, though, I'm coming back to the people who are marginalized because technology is so great. I think it's an issue. I think we got to think about it. We don't want a whole group of people who are marginalized just because things are more productive. Look, it's great. The people who keep the job, you said it, they make more money. I'm kind of focused a little bit more on the people who are out of a job, because that's something that I think the government should think about too.
No, and we are too. Absolutely, we're keeping our eyes on that and following it closely and thinking of policy ideas that can help transitions. But the bottom line is job creation is on net positive, and it's more than you need to break even and make sure that the unemployment rate doesn't skyrocket. And so on balance, these positive effects which are making.
So the equity futures for the S&P 500 is trading at 6,741. Pay attention to me. All right, this is how you're going to make money. Make sure you start buying the S&P 500 or some other broader index like the Russell 1000, 2000, 3000. All right. So the reason why is because once this conflict starts to de-escalate, there's going to be a major surge in the equity market. All right. So it's better to start buying. All right. Start buying, because I still have a year-end target of the S&P 500 above 7,000, or anywhere from 7,400 to 7,800 for the S&P 500. This is the time to get in, because we were at about 6,950, 6,970. There was a resistance level at 7,000. A big part of that before the war in Iran was because of what's going on with tariffs and, what's going to be happening with the Federal Reserve. Everyone before this Iran stuff, everyone was waiting for the Federal Reserve to cut rates and then the market would break through 7,000. This is the time to buy. Either dividend reinvestment, if you have cash on hand, buy the broad market. Don't buy individual stocks. You're going to get hurt by it. But buy the broad market, S&P 500, Russell 1000, 2000, even NASDAQ or some other broad index. I prefer to look at the S&P 500. I think it has enough diversity, a diversified index. Dow, not diversified enough. You only have 40 stocks. You want a broad index. Russell 1000, 2000, that's good too. All right. So broad index, start buying. you're going to benefit at year end. That's the equity market. Now, in terms of the dollar is going to strengthen during this crisis and then start to weaken. So be careful if you're in the currency market. All right. Now, in terms of the oil market, again, until the Strait of Hormuz unclogs, oil is going to continue to go up. Now, I suspect that strait is going to open up with good flow, maybe up to 75% of baseline flow within a week or two. So that means that energy can't keep on going up. So as the energy, look at it from a probability standpoint. If energy keeps on going up for crude oil, Brent and for WTI, the probability of it going up higher starts to diminish. And the probability of a major return down to normal levels, to a 60 handle or a high 50 handle, starts to increase. All right. So there is the near term and the medium term. In the near term, meaning the next few days, oil can go up or down depending on what happens on the battlefield. It's trading at right now 87.96. We may see on Monday it hitting 90. But again, as it's moving higher, the probability of it going down starts to increase. So you want to start thinking about shorting oil, even though it may be painful for you. Now, the way to look at this is, in the short term, when we go into the weekend, there's going to be risk and people are going to start buying calls in the option market for oil. All right. So that means that they are worried about the risk that may happen over the weekend that may drive energy prices up. So we're seeing a bid up because it's the Friday session. We're seeing a bid up of the energy sector because everyone's starting to move towards this risk that's building up in the energy sector. And then it starts to wind down on Monday and Tuesday, right? So people are bidding up calls. People are bidding up the oil futures because of the risk of the weekend. When if nothing happens on the weekend or something positive in terms of reducing this glut upstream of the strait, if positive news comes out on Monday, Tuesday, or even Sunday night, oil futures is going to start to trade lower or trade sideways. If something bad happens over the weekend, then oil futures will trade up on Monday. All right. So I think that the move here that we're seeing in energy is actually traders positioning for the weekend, and that we may actually start to see energy might come down on Monday and Tuesday. Now, that is a very short play that I'm talking about. All right. We're only talking the next, in terms of trading, the next 24 to 48 hours of trading, trading day. So now, the trading ranges that I'm starting to see here, short term, all right, we're looking at 88. I think we have now we probably have a trading range. This is not fundamental. This is all psychological. My sense is that we'll have a trading range of around 84 to about 92. All right, 84 to 92. So it's an $8 range. for WTI. It's going to be it's usually $4 premium on Brent, maybe $5 premium. But WTI, 84 to 92. But again, as it stays up there, it's increasing the probability of it coming down and coming down fast. So you can make short-term some money, but if you're caught when the downturn starts to happen, you're going to lose a lot. So you got to be very, very careful here. All right. So I think 84 to 92. But as we're breaking that 90 barrier, there's going to be more push for Trump to try to control the oil price, because oil prices are going to start causing inflation in the United States, especially at the pump when people are pumping gas. So there's going to have to be a resolution of getting ships through the strait. And when ships are going through the strait and more ships are starting on taking on additional crude from the reserves that are above ground, then the Kuwaitis and some of the other energy producers will start to produce back oil. But right now there's a glut of oil. So once that clog gets unclogged of the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to see oil prices precipitously drop. All right, but you don't know when that's going to happen. So if you're betting that this is just going to go to 120, well, it might go to 120, but as it gets higher, the probability of it going down increases, and it's going to go down asymmetrically. It's going to go down faster than it went up. Okay, with that, let's listen into, I want to listen into CNBC.
He was even taking down some analysts who felt that he had lost a Microsoft contract. It was a thing of beauty, and people should know that Matt actually is a nice guy. Didn't come off that way, but he's very nice.
The S&P 500 opened up at 6,746. And VIX is trading at 27.69, and oil right now is trading at $88.10 for WTI. And natural gas is at 3.104. Again, buy equities. You're going to thank yourself for listening to me when this whole fiasco is over, all right? And the market, the S&P 500 is at 7,400 or 7,800. So pay attention to me. Don't be fearful in terms of the equity market. Buy into it. Buy into it. Blindly buy into it. Energy market, you got to be really careful because you don't know when it's going to start dropping. Because the moment we unclog the Strait of Hormuz, the moment we knock out the capability of the drones from Iran, oil risk is off and oil is going to start to sell off.
The stock can continue to go higher in this environment. Jeff Martha is a very gentle CEO who's making some big tough changes.
So we're still within the range of the week. It sounds like, though, you would be a patient buyer going into the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at some of the prices today for the travel trust, and I want to wait until the whites of their eyes. Maybe at 1:30, 2 o'clock. 2:30 tends to be the time where you know there's going to be a rally, at least a short cover rally. But this reminds me very much of a period in 1990 where you always felt that the war with Kuwait was invaded Kuwait, so we had to go to war with Iraq. And you're just thinking, maybe it's this weekend, maybe it's this weekend. And then by the end of the weekend, you wanted to short cover because all week people were betting that there was going to be a war. So I'm looking for a short cover rally at 247. To be really exact.
It's actually kind of worked that way. Either that or 10:30ish, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, I mean, like, again, the futures are in charge right now because people are very uncertain, which is why you have to look at certain stocks. Now, for instance, I had Richard Dixon on last night for Gap, and he missed the number for Old Navy by 1%, and everything else was really terrific. The gross margins were up. He's got $3 billion in cash. watch that one. If that one goes down more than say 15%, then you know that there's an overreaction. But everything's it's so convoluted. Why would you go out and buy a retailer if prices are pumping up so much? Yeah. People feel a little impoverished.
You had Dixon on last night, and you had TPR as well?
Oh, my. Okay, so TPR doing really well. But they were down 8 yesterday. And I think that is this time to buy the stock of your Tapestry's coaching K-Spade? The answer is you like it. You like it because that and Ralph Lauren are the two strongest high-end retailers. Don't leg into Burlington because it's a buy. Leg into Costco because the renewal rates. But I don't leg it to TJX, that's a buy. In other words, I'm painting a picture which says, look, if it's not expensive, that's when people are going. Right.
All the leaders today, Jamie, into our discussion about fertilizer, Mosaic, LyondellBasell, CF. Those are the top three at the moment.
Yeah, polyethylene.
Dow's in there, EOG.
Well, that's it. That's just a great, straight out polyethylene. Anytime you see these stocks go up, just think that means that's like the price of food.
Because farmers are going to need it.
Yes, I mean, look, the farmers are very good and very efficient. You see that the numbers get employment. That area is not doing well, but it's actually good.
All right, I'm gonna listen into Bloomberg here.
Of a split within Democrats and Republicans.
Bloomberg government's Maeve Sheehy. President Trump removed Kristi Noem as Homeland Security Secretary and announced he would replace her with Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin. Senator Mullin says he's excited to get started.
There's an opportunity to build off successes, and there's also opportunities to build off things that maybe didn't go quite as planned.
Noem will take a role as a special envoy for the Western Hemisphere. 3 former presidents will be among those attending the funeral service in Chicago today for the Reverend Jesse Jackson. Former Presidents Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden will say a final goodbye to Jackson at what's being called the People's Celebration at House of Hope Baptist Church. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it. With the Bloomberg News Now, I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom Polowitz.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. Sidebar, Luca Castrati and Olivia Fischel off the London desk. Yep. Blue Owl has a 36 million pound exposure to a collapsed UK lender. It just keeps coming here. And, I'm not a sophisticated on this, but I got Blue Owl at a $10.42 close, granted with a very difficult market. Pricing under $10 a share right now.
Yeah, I think what we learn more and more about Blue Owl, who they are, but I mean, they manage over $300 billion in assets. So you could say a $48 million U.S. exposure, not that big a deal. That's not worried about it. It's a cockroach, as somebody has mentioned. But boy, this seems to be, we gotta keep an eye on it.
Is this daily? I think it's like your daily moves.
Yeah, exactly. And again, the dollar amounts in aggregate aren't huge, but again, let's keep an eye on it.
Futures at negative 91 to get the market open here in 9 minutes. It's Bloomberg's surveillance.
Okay. All right. Before we go to another video, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc. Magnesium and zinc is dual purpose. It's going to help with brain function, help to boost up your immune system, and magnesium increases the efficacy of vitamin D3. It's important to take every day, boost up that immune system. Go to my store, get the magnesium and zinc. You can take separately or take it with the magnesium and zinc. The vitamin C and magnesium. Vitamin C and magnesium will help with brain function, help to boost up the immune system, and help with your skin. Vitamin C is super important for skin. So please go to my store, get the magnesium and zinc, the vitamin C and magnesium, help with brain function, super important. And like I've been saying for a long time, 40-year-olds or older right now, within 5 years, early onset of dementia is going to increase. 40% of the 40 plus will have dementia within 5 years. All right? So it's really important to start taking care of your brain health. Now, why is this happening? Well, a big part of it is because of what we went through during the crisis of 2020. So those individuals, 40% of the ones that are 40 years of age or older, within 5 years, you're going to start seeing different degrees of dementia. Now, 75% of the 40% is because of lack of blood flow. 24.9% of the 40% is due to proteins misfolding because of high inflammation, amyloid plaque buildup, amyloidosis. And the third category is less than 0.1%. Less than 0.1% will be due to prion disease. So it's really important for you to bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals, and improve your brain function. And you have to do it holistically. It's in terms of taking the right supplementation, bringing down that inflammation, bringing down stress levels, making sure you sleep properly, getting enough blood flow. These are all very important to improve brain function. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin C and magnesium to help with that brain function and boost up that immune system. All right, let's listen into Bloomberg.
think that the markets will move forward quickly once it's clear that the U.S. military has resolved those matters.
Kevin, there's another aspect to the price action that's making some people nervous. I'd love your thoughts on it. It's not just the disruption that we're seeing in the Middle East and disruption to energy supply. There's also issues in private credit. Every day there is a headline about redemptions and certain firms trying to meet redemptions in different ways. We've talked a lot about financial conditions. But are financial conditions tightening in a way that we can't see in private markets? And how are you tracking things?
Oh, we're tracking it very closely. We're keeping an eye on things that are liquid, things that are illiquid, and so on. And right now we see a very well-functioning market that's under a tiny little bit of stress. But for the most part, outside of the one firm that had the significant issue, it looks like everybody's in good shape. But we're following it very closely.
Kevin, how do you track those things? Are you in touch with the big firms right now about what they're doing? Are there certain blow-ups that are making you more concerned than other things? How do you track these?
There are behaviors that make you concerned, like when you see a radical amount of shorting of assets of firms that are starting to feel some distress and so on. And we're seeing, and that's something that we really haven't seen since the financial crisis in 2008, and we're seeing nothing like that kind of activity.
And Kevin, Lloyd Blank finds someone we both respect, so he sees echoes of what happened in the financial crisis. Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan has said some people have done some dumb things. Mark Ryan of Apollo has said something similar. Do you think people have done some dumb things that are going to come to the surface later this year?
People have made some bets that didn't pay off, but that's kind of what happens in financial markets, right? So whether it's dumb or not, ex post it looks dumb.
Does it pose a risk to all of us?
Excuse me?
Does it pose a risk to all of us? Is there a systemic aspect?
No, I believe that there's so much security in that space that they can handle the stress that we're observing right now.
Kevin Hassett, thanks for the update. We appreciate it, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The National Economic Council Director, Kevin Hassett there. Matt, you heard it from the man himself there. Clearly there are some issues that we need to get through right now, but it's going to take time. How much longer this is going to go on for, I've got absolutely no idea. But Matt, that's what's dictating the moves in energy, and that's what's dictating the moves elsewhere.
That's right. And he said he doesn't want to give us the schedule because he doesn't want to endanger the lives of American soldiers. It's very rare to hear that in an interview on non-farm payrolls day, as almost defense for a number that was surprisingly low, a loss of 92,000 jobs when we were looking for a gain of 55,000. John Farrow from Bloomberg Surveillance, really appreciate you joining us for this interview. Let's get a check on what's going on in markets right now with futures down 1.5%. Futures, this cash trade for the last 10 minutes down 1.5%. Right now on the level at 67.27 on the S&P, and I'm looking at messages from traders who say maybe we should just fold up shop until the S&P index hits its 200-day moving average at 65.82. Right now, it's really the crude price that's driving everything, and you continue to see it rise higher. NYMEX crude approaching, this is WTI, folks, $89 a barrel with Brent well over 90. That is the driver of all of the angst in these equity markets. Joining me now is Elena Popina. She runs our U.S. equities team here on the Bloomberg News side, and we're ending our first week of war with Iran. So I wanted just to get a look at how equity markets have been responding. How has your team been reading these things?
Yeah, Matt. So far this week, up until Friday, there were no signs of outright panic. In fact, the S&P and the Dow and the Nasdaq changed direction every day so far this week. Traders have been trying to figure out what that means for the fundamentals longer term. We all know that geopolitical conflicts have historically presented good deep buying opportunities. Since the Cuban Missile Crisis, going back to 1962, the S&P has added 15% a year after major geopolitical events. So longer term, traders are not that concerned about fundamentals. With the big if of crude prices going up, with the big if of inflation expectations on the rise. We have an inflation report next week, and guess what? The break-even tips for inflation are starting to creep higher. That feeds into the broader anxiety we're seeing right now with the S&P and the Nasdaq down about 1.5% as we speak.
Yeah, I've been talking to the MLive team. They sit right across from your team, and they have been saying, real rates are driving these gains, but now we're starting to see the break-evens break out, if I may, and that's a real concern. You have seen some real turnarounds in equity trading, though. There will be days, the one day that we were down more than 2%, we actually closed higher, and that seems to happen every day.
Yeah, markets are trading on geopolitical headlines, with ticking every second. But what's actually happening right now beneath the surface is we have a big rotation out of global equities and into the U.S. Remember, for most of February, we saw the tape of traders going into global stocks, and the CI ex-US outperformed the S&P. The opposite is happening right now. In fact, this week through Thursday, US stocks are on track for the best week since global peers since April 2025. So there is a big rotation from global into the US, and the S&P still provides some safe haven. And there is a second rotation going on with traders seeing companies with good balance sheets, good finances as a relative safe haven, because we did see some of the hesitation in the Max 7 trade for most of January and February. Right now, trading desks are saying, guess what? Maybe it's a good idea to go into those high quality stocks with high balance sheets, high capex opportunities. And now the Max 7 group is down 7.5% from a record high. Maybe it's a relative haven asset during volatile times like this.
Yeah, I was just looking at the equal weight S&P has been outperforming the price-weighted S&P all year long, and that has turned around in the last few sessions.
Yeah.
So those Mag 7 stocks are starting to become or get a real bid from investors in this market, and we see that going on under the surface, as well as a shift from the Sell America trade.
Yeah.
We see the same thing happening with the dollar. We haven't really seen it with treasuries because of the concern about inflation, right?
Yeah.
It's a very important aspect to the financial markets. We need to pay attention to early this year and late last year. There were many money managers, financial advisors, economists. They were saying, move your money into emerging markets, maybe even into the European Union, because they will outperform. The broad index for their markets will outperform the US. All right? Well, for all those people that betted against America, you actually lost. So don't chase what these supposedly experts are saying on Bloomberg and on CNBC. Don't chase it. If they're saying, well, you can get more yield in China or more yield in India markets or more yield in European markets, there can be a bullet in the blue sky, some sort of event that takes place, the dollar rallies, and it's going to be a safer bet to be in the United States than somewhere else. Do you think that because of this whole energy problem and this contagion of higher energy prices, that the United States will do better, or do you think the Europeans will do better under the current stress? Don't bet against the United States. I'm telling you, don't bet against it. You will lose. So take my advice. Don't go into international markets. If you're going to play the international game, look at it from a commodity standpoint, not the broad index for those regions. And buy U.S. equities, all right? Buy U.S. equities now. It's really important. Trust me. We're not going to lose. We are not going to lose Iran. So in the end, this is going to be beneficial for you. Now, this is going to be a little bit longer haul than what happened with the B-2 bombings of the nuclear facilities that we did in July, or yeah, I think it was July. It was June. This is going to take longer than that. I would say that how the stock markets were perturbated on April 2nd of last year, and it took a few months to kind of heal and move upward. That's kind of what we're seeing here. You're seeing another gift from Trump, in a way, very similar to what he did with the tariffs last year. This is Iran. So if you just keep on buying into equities, you're going to be doing all right. Now, if you're playing the energy market, you got to be careful, because this can mean revert really quickly. So with that said, don't bet against the United States. All right, what is interesting is when markets opened up, the ETFs for oil started to go down a little bit. ETFs for natural gas started to go down a little bit for longing those energy markets. Gush, which is longing energy companies, that went down. And DRIP, which is shorting energy companies, went up. So right now there's a short on energy companies. Now, if you want to play that, you can use DRIP. And natural gas is trading at 3.091. Oil right now is trading at 88.78. All right, with that, let's listen into Al Jazeera.
Europe's energy insecurity is now coming back to the fore. You've got the Hungarians again criticizing Vladimir Zelensky.
So all of that combined, the IAEA says that Europeans might have to go back to nuclear energy if these crises come upon them. And now, as you've heard that the Europeans have not been able to come up with a unified stance on how to deal with it, there's going to be another meeting with the European Council President and the European Commission's President on Monday, with Gulf leaders as well. This is going to be a third meeting of the sorts where there's been foreign ministers meetings, there have been multiple contacts in the last few days, but again, it just not just oil and gas. The other energies decision to shut down its plants also means that it is no longer producing ammonia and phosphates, fertilizers that are needed for the global market. Aluminium production has been shut down, and it just has a knock-on effect. And as the Strait of Hormuz is closed, it also impacts European imports and exports to that region, because it not just relies on the strait itself, but everything that is associated with it, including all of those Asian markets which are taking a battering.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed live for us in Brussels. Thanks so much, Osama. Let's turn now to Kristen Salumi, who's live for us at the New York Stock Exchange. Kristen, where do things stand now when it comes to Wall Street and the concerns they have about energy prices and all other potential impacts when it comes to this conflict?
Yeah, the market just opened minutes ago, and I'm keeping a close eye on it here. Stocks continue to fall as oil prices continue to rise. The Dow Jones right now down more than 1.8%, about 800 points, continuing a trend that we saw yesterday. All three of the major stock indexes are lower. The cost of oil is the big factor here. Brent crude is now $89 a barrel. That's a benchmark stock for oil prices here. West Texas crude, $87 a barrel. That's an 8% increase yesterday that we saw. And to put it in perspective in terms of what that means for the average consumer, we're talking about $3.32 a gallon for gasoline for automobiles here in the United States, or the equivalent of 88 cents a liter. That is a almost 12% increase over a week ago. It's been inching up little by little, cents by cents over the last week, but it's getting to the point where it's noticeable for consumers, and investors are increasingly worried. We're seeing two big retailers, Walmart and Costco, here in the United States trading lower today on concerns that these gas prices will start to have an impact on other goods and services. Tourism continues to suffer. We've seen cruise lines and airlines see their value drop in the market this week. And today we also have the factor of job losses. A job report for February unexpectedly showed 92,000 jobs were cut. That was not expected. So all of that, again, weighing on investors in what has been a very volatile week as they attempt to process what's happening in the Middle East. And we saw on Thursday some recovery, and Wednesday some recovery in the markets as the president attempted to calm people, saying that they would protect shipping, and then acknowledging that oil prices might be higher today. President Trump is saying oil prices will be higher, but only for a couple of weeks. You know, it'll be weeks, not months. Investors are concerned. Clearly, we're seeing that this morning at the New York Stock Exchange.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Kristen Slumey live for us at the New York Stock Exchange. Thanks for bringing us up to speed, Kristen. Seb Kennedy is a global gas and LNG analyst. He says disruption of oil and gas supplies could have a major impact on global prices.
It has the potential to be an unprecedented energy shock to the global economy. Everything really depends on how long shipments through the Strait of Hormuz are disrupted and inhibited. Currently, the market's actually been able to absorb the hits relatively well. We have seen a spike in prices, but if you take Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the impact upon energy markets as your benchmark, then we are still a long way away from the extreme price movements that we saw then in 2022. However, there is huge uncertainty about how long Qatari LNG exports are going to be shut in. And if that proceeds for several months, which is entirely possible, we don't have any certainty, then we could see the impact upon prices exceeding what we saw in 2022. There's not a lot of capacity, spare capacity in the system. There is a big project called Golden Pass, which is coming on stream in the United States later this year. That is actually partly owned by Qatar Energy and ExxonMobil. So those volumes will come at a very opportune moment. But there is simply no way for the LNG market to replace a loss of 20% of supply volumes from Qatar overnight. There's just not enough spare capacity in the system. So we're going to see prices rising and rising and rising until they get to a point where it triggers demand destruction and people stop buying LNG because it's simply too expensive. What that means is things like fertilizer plants that use gas as feedstock, they shut down. Energy intensive industries shut down. In Europe, I would expect at some point to see coal replacing natural gas in the merit order of the power stack. So more coal power, less gas power, because coal will become relatively cheaper. And there will be other measures of demand destruction, like if people have gas boilers, turning them down. Although thankfully we're heading into warmer months in the northern hemisphere, so that will ease the burden, if you like.
Some Gulf airlines have resumed limited services, but Iranians...
I'm going to go to Fox News it's talking about Israel unleashes massive strikes on Tehran and new phase of war. But before we do that, the S&P 500 is trading at 6,719. So it's going down. It's going to probably break 6,006. It's probably going to break the 6,700 mark. But don't be fearful. Remember in April of last year, I kept on telling you, buy into the market, buy into the market. Things are going to get better. Trust me. Same thing here. Buy into the market. You're gonna benefit because when it starts to go up, I mean, just do a simple calculation. All right, 7,000 as a target. All right, for the S&P 500. If you're buying in at about 6,700, and you subtract 7,000, all right, that means that the market went up 300 points for the broad index for the S&P 500. So if you take the 300 divided by the 6,700, you've gained 4.5% on your investment, all right? The new deployed capital. The point that I'm making here is that you're going to benefit in the long run by not being fearful. Buy into the stress. Buy into the equity market. Now, if you're trading the energy markets, that's a more professional game that you need to really pay attention to the short and the long, and what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. It's it's not for the faint of heart. So, but the point here for equity market, for the average investor, buy, buy, buy. Don't be fearful here. You'll benefit in the long run. All right, let's listen into Fox News.
To find an expanding campaign in the Middle East, U.S. forces escalating their strikes on Iranian air defenses and missile sites as commanders say Operation Epic Fury is hitting the terror regime's capabilities hard. Good morning, I'm Dana Perino. Bill's off today. Hi, Martha. Thank you.
Hi there, Dana. Great to be with you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum, and this, of course, is America's Newsroom, and there's so much coming in. We have new video that shows the United States military striking and setting fire to an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier. And meanwhile, the Israeli military ramping up their pressure as well. They're pounding Beirut at this hour, ramping up operations against Hezbollah in its strongholds across Lebanon. And the IDF says that it's moving to its next phase amid this ongoing conflict with Iran, shifting the focus to eliminating Iran's missile program once and for all, as they begin the 15th wave of strikes in Tehran.
And CENTCOM says the U.S. and America's closest ally in the Middle East are weakening Iran's power.
Our combined joint forces have relentlessly destroyed Iran's air defenses over the past few days, and they've continued hunting for more systems to kill. Our air defenders are operating at the very top of their game. We are fighting to win. Through combined U.S. and Israeli combat power, we will continue decimating Iran's ability to project power outside its borders.
Fox Team coverage, Jackie Heinrich standing by at the White House, and House Intelligence Committee Chairman Rick Crawford is here. But first, let's go to Trey Yanks, live in Tel Aviv. Hi, Trey.
Sandra, Dana, good morning. Just last night, the Israelis launched a massive strike against the Iranian capital of Tehran. Those strikes have continued even as recently as last hour. And we have some new video here showing the Israelis targeting the compound underground that Iran's former supreme leader had planned to hide in if any sort of attack were to take place against his country. The Israeli Air Force used over 50 fighter jets and 100 munitions to strike this underground bunker. And a senior Israeli official telling Fox News that when the supreme leader was killed, he was actually above ground. He never made it to the bunker that they destroyed overnight. And this official says the result was exactly what planners had hoped for. Khamenei stayed above ground, and the opening strike of Operation Epic Fury found him right there. Now, today, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is holding security consultations with his cabinet to determine the next steps in phase 2 of this operation. And again, we expect these strikes to expand and continue in the days ahead. The Iranians are still launching their attacks against Israel. Overnight, ballistic missiles soared through the skies of this country. You can see in some Fox News video here, one of those missiles overshooting its target and slamming into the Mediterranean Sea. This happened a number of times and sirens sounding once again this morning across Tel Aviv. Now, the Israelis say they are dismantling Iran's ballistic missile launchers, hitting another 6 of those launchers overnight. And Israel's chief of staff had this to say earlier today about the ongoing operation.
I am in continuous contact with my American counterparts, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States, General Dan Kane, and the commander of CENTCOM, Admiral Brad Cooper. We are fighting based on shared interests and values. In this war, shoulder to shoulder, they are true friends. Through coordinated action, we are stripping the regime of its military capabilities and bringing it to strategic isolation and a point of weakness in which it has never been before.
The Israelis are looking east, but they're also looking north to the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. They're striking Beirut hard overnight and into this morning. You can see that smoke earlier rising from the skyline in the Dakhia neighborhood in the southern part of Beirut. We expect the Israeli strikes to expand against Hezbollah in the days ahead as residents are reacting to their displacement of southern Beirut.
They threatened the Daya area, so we packed our things and left. Everyone left Daya. Now we're living a tragic life here, displaced. It's a miserable life. You know what it's like.
And today, Iran's leadership is speaking out about the ongoing war. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian saying in a statement on X, some countries have initiated efforts for mediation. Our response to them is clear. We are committed to lasting peace in the region, but have not the slightest hesitation in defending the dignity and authority of our country. The audience for mediation should be those who, by underestimating the Iranian people, ignited the fire of provocation. Now, Iran's president did not speak about his country's ballistic missile program or nuclear aspirations. Dan, Martha?
Trey, I wanted to have you tell our audience more about what you learned about the overnight strike on Khamenei's bunker in Tehran.
Really interesting information coming into Fox News from a senior Israeli official indicating there was a coordinated deception campaign against the Iranians. And actually, on the Friday night into Saturday, the Operation Epic Fury began. The Israelis sent home their top commanders for Shabbat dinner with their families. They were posting coordinated messages with the Americans and even a statement from President Trump, all to try to deceive Iranian leadership into thinking that no operation was about to begin. And this is why they believe Iran's supreme leader was above ground when the planes made their way to Iran. And they say even once those planes were entering Iranian airspace, the inner circle of the Ayatollah didn't think to get him underground, and it allowed this strike to take place that took out the supreme leader and also around 40 plus top Iranian officials. Martha, Dana?
Incredible, Trey. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you in a little bit.
Thank you, Trey. Let's go to Jackie Heinrich over at the White House. Morning, Jackie.
Good morning to you guys. President Trump just laid down the terms of this war. He posted to Truth Social, there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, and the selection of a great and acceptable leader or leaders, we and many of our wonderful and brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Meantime, as this toils on, the U.S. is all in on annihilating the regime. Today, leaders from big defense contractors like Lockheed Martin, RTX, and L3 Harris are expected to meet with President Trump to talk about ramping up weapons production, especially missile interceptors. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just told me this meeting was previously scheduled, indicating it's not a direct response to the war in Iran. She said, quote, the U.S. military has more than enough munitions, ammo, and weapon stockpiles to continue demolishing the Iranian regime and finish Operation Epic Fury, no matter how long it lasts. Nevertheless, President Trump has always been intensely focused on strengthening our military, which is why this meeting with defense contractors was scheduled weeks ago. The president continues to call on these companies to more speedily build American-made weapons, which are the absolute best in the world. But the need to increase weapons production is compounded by this war in Iran and open questions about how long it could last, along with new reporting from the Washington Post this morning that Russia is providing Iran with targeting information on U.S. warships and aircraft to attack U.S. forces. But President Trump said yesterday the U.S. is rapidly achieving its goals with Iran's Navy, Air Force, and communications infrastructure decimated.
Growing more of Iran's missiles and drone capability every single hour, knocking them out like nobody thought was possible. As soon as they set off a missile, within 4 minutes, the launcher gets hit. They don't know what's happening. But we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. Their Navy is gone. 24 ships in 3 days. That's a lot of ships.
The president said Iran is calling, looking to make a deal, to which he said it's a little late for that, but he called on all IRGC, military, and police to lay down their arms and Iranian diplomats to request asylum for a chance at immunity. Otherwise, he says, death is guaranteed. Dana and Martha.
Jackie, thank you. For more on this, let's bring in Republican Congressman Rick Crawford of Arkansas. He's the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. We're about a week in, and Hegseth and Crawford said this last night.
What Iran is doing by targeting allied countries that would otherwise want to stay out of this, they've actually pulled them into the American orbit.
What I will point out is this is now the 12th country that Iran has attacked. 12 countries, that goes right back to the Secretary's point. Those 12 countries are none too happy, and I look forward to working with all the partners who are willing to join us in this.
It's hard to ask you things that you can't talk about, which are classified. So I'm curious if you could characterize for us the questions you are asking at this moment, we are a week in, and all these other countries in the Gulf have been attacked by Iran, and now they are needing our help, and they are helping us as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic. What you would have expected would have been that the Iranians would try to engender some level of support from the Gulf state neighbors. Instead, they attacked them. That doesn't make any sense. My question was, and I think what we're saying is the potential for the complete degradation of command and control, so that you have pockets here and there that are kind of acting unilaterally without any kind of cohesive leadership that may be leading to these strikes without any consideration. So they're just not communicating. I think these attacks have so degraded their ability to communicate and exercise centralized command and control that you're seeing these kinds of things continue. I can't verify that's the case, but it seems like that might be what's contributing to these random attacks. And it's not just limited to the Gulf states, because it's my understanding that they launched an attack on others in the region. It's like they're just lashing out at every border nation that they have. I really don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. It's not having the desired effect. It's really driving those nations into our camp.
In the meantime, the Department of Homeland Security remains unfunded, and this was Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader of the House, yesterday.
A change in personnel is not sufficient. We need a change in policy. And that has to be bold, dramatic, transformational, and meaningful. At the moment, it's not like Kristi Noem was the one who was in.
I don't really care about Kristi Noem being axed, but I think the deeper issue here is that there was probably infighting within the Trump administration between Holman and Kristi. Now, Holman is kind of like the border czar. Kristi Noem had the higher title position, but I think the relationship between Trump was much closer to Holman than, is it Holman or Holman? Whatever. And that relationship between Holman and Trump was stronger than Trump to Kristi. I think she has an ego, and I don't think she's a good manager, to be totally honest, or an organizational manager at all. Some people are very good at organizational management. Some people are not. I think she falls into the category not so good. But getting rid of her, fine. Did she do, did she strengthen the border? Yeah. But the thing is that I think her organizational management skills lacked. Okay, with that said, let's go to BBC on their take on covering the Iran war here.
In Iran are false. So there is here, the perception that this is a war that is justified, that this is a war that has the goal of eliminating, if you like, the threat posed by Iran, which is obviously a very different situation from the one that we see in America, where only 1 in 4 Americans support what is happening right now in Iran. But here in Israel, and obviously, this is, a strong support.
Breaking news, Trump, no Iran deal without unconditional surrender. All right, now he wouldn't be saying this unless his military brass is saying, you know what, we are moving forward quicker than the timeline that we had projected. We may have some casualties, but we have air superiority and we're hunting now. And by hunting these targets with air dominance for the United States Air Force and the IDF Air Force, the IRGC is going to collapse. Now, the question is, what's going on with the Turkish troops moving into the northern front? All right. Well, that's kind of CIA-ish. And every time the CIA gets involved, things get screwed up. This is the reason why I said at the very beginning of this broadcast, and I've said this on other broadcasts, it is important to decapitate the Ayatollah, which they did, to make sure that the theocratic regime cannot be resurrected, and to allow for the secular, educated population, which it's vast in Iran. This is much different than Iraq. Iraq, you had sectarian issues. There wasn't really a country. There is a country called Iraq, but it's really an amalgamation of 3 factions. So there's a lot of sectarian violence, and it's hard to be able to constitute a strong, cohesive government. That's not the case in Iran. There are so many people that are educated that left Iran during the Iran-Iraq war in the 80s. I know for a fact because some of my professors were Iranian that left Iran during that war, all right? So there's a huge educated population in Iran, secular. To stabilize the economy in Iran, you need to make sure that the oil is flowing and the money is helping the citizens of Iran. And by having an international community like the IMF and the World Bank stabilizing their currency, making sure money is available for reconstruction, rebuilding, and having a group of 5 countries plus an appendage with the UN to use and to debate and to build up a constitutional republic. So a theocratic regime cannot happen, that the IRGC and the military apparatus is gone. But with this Turkish force that's coming in, I'm a little worried. Now, the problem is that the secular population isn't armed. And they're hiding because they're being bombed. So there's no protests, or very few protests that are going on against the IRGC. So the United States and allied forces need to knock out the IRGC and use the international community and its different agencies to stabilize the economy by making sure oil flows and the money is flowing to Iran, get loans through the IMF and the World Bank to stabilize their currency and their economy, and build a constitutional republic where there's equal branches of government between the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. They have an educated population and they're secular. They believe in modernity, all right? And that would be more successful than what happened in Iraq. Because in Iraq, you didn't have that many people that were educated. You didn't have as cohesive of a secular, educated population. And that's the reason why it's different. But if Trump keeps on thinking that this is going to be like Venezuela, stupid. Because what he's doing is propping up another theocratic regime. If Trump thinks that he's going to find some sort of easy solution to just find someone that he can deal with, that he can make deals, that's the wrong thing, because that's kicking the can down the road. The United States, so we never have to do this ever again. The United States and some allied nations need to work together, make sure the oil flows for the Iranian people, and that we give them a structure that's similar to our Constitution. They can modify it, but give them some sort of boilerplate constitution with balance of government pillars, judicial, executive, and legislative, and they have term limits, right? And not have a parliamentary system that can be dissolved and all this stuff, because those systems aren't very functioning. Just look at UK. UK is not functioning. Why? Because every so many years they kick out their prime minister because of lack of confidence. Even in the Israeli parliament and government system sucks because it's always in a state of flux. Look at France. If you step back, this is a lot of people talk crap about the United States, but the United States has the longest continuing government in the world. There's no country that has a longer government. None. Zero. None. But fine. Take a look at the whole world and pick a country. Is it Russia that has a longer government, continuous government? No. Than the United States? What about the UK? No. What about France? No. What about Germany? No. What about Spain? No. What about Italy? No. What about China? No. What about Japan? No. What about North Korea? No. What about South Korea? No. There's no country that has as long of a lasting government than the United States. Now, there are countries that have longer history, but there's no longer continuing government than the United States. So we have to step back and go, why is that? Maybe it's the wisdom of our founding fathers, which one of my ancestors were one of the 55 founding fathers, all right? Maybe there's wisdom in the Constitution. Maybe there's wisdom in the idea of balance of government. And we use that as the template to build a constitutional republic for Iran. Anything less than what I just said is fucked up.
To deploy on all the territories. However, the war and the attacks of Israel are clearly not helping this process. And the reaction of Israel cannot be, considered to be proportional to what happened. The launch of the rockets by Hezbollah, but also Hezbollah was fully aware that by doing so, i.e., by sending this or launching these rockets, they will offer this pretext to Israel. So what happened was expected, because on one hand, the Hezbollah acted in a way to provoke the reaction, and Israel took up this provocation, or let's say this pretext, to launch a vast war that cannot be compared in terms of effects.
The bottom line is this: Iran has been the key country for terrorism. They funded Hezbollah, they funded Hamas, they built the bombs along the roadside during the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. They helped fund terrorism. Remember terrorism in the 70s? Remember the terrorism in the 80s? What about the 90s? Remember that? All right. Remember the Iran hostage crisis where this all started? And think about it. That was 47 years ago. The Iran hostage crisis. And isn't it beyond just coincidental that it's the 47th president that actually says game over? The United States and the world at large will never have an opportunity like we have now to get rid of these theocratic regimes that are hell-bent on trying to destroy the great Satan that they call, right? They think the United States is Satan. All right, fine, okay. But do you really want to bet against Satan? I mean, you know, Satan seems to be pretty damn powerful. That was a little humorous, right? Laugh. So the bottom line is this. The United States is going to knock out Iran, and it is justifiable. It's justifiable. Now, there are a lot of people out there, oh, I don't want to send the troops to die for Israel, blah, blah, blah. Forget about what Israel's doing. This is about America, all right? American soldiers died because of the Iranians throughout the many decades. And don't forget what happened to the Beirut bombing in '83. Don't forget about the Iran hostage crisis that took place. What about those cafes that were blown up in Europe in the 80s and the 90s? Iran wants a nuclear weapon. Can you imagine what they would, if this is what they do with drones and missiles, what do you think they would do with continental ballistic missiles? What do you think they would do with a nuclear weapon? They had to be killed. The Ayatollah had to be eliminated. And the theocratic regime must not be resurrected. Now, I'm a little concerned about Trump. I'm a little concerned about Trump trying to find a person that is willing to make deals, because Trump is trumping. There's a part of Trump's personality where it's authoritarian. It's an authoritative aspect. All right. If he was transplanted during the revolution, I don't think that he would have been a person that was so focused on balance of powers. All right. But he's the right person for the job today. All right. He wasn't the right person for the job decades ago or even centuries ago. His idea, I'm going to make a deal, I'm going to, you know, it's too kind of almost executive branch oriented. I don't think he understands the wisdom of the founding fathers with the balance of powers. And he thinks it's curtailing his authority as president. Well, that's true. That's what our founding fathers wanted. The legislative branch doesn't have full authority. The executive branch hasn't full authority, nor does the judicial branch. That's the beauty and the wisdom and the magic of our constitutional republic. And our founding fathers knew that. They listened to what was written down and warned by Plato about a democracy. A pure democracy doesn't work. It will always go into tyranny. It will always go to a totalitarian government. Constitutional republic will not. That's the wisdom. All right. With that, let's listen into CNBC.
Situation that's changing literally by the hour, particularly by the day.
Yeah, and you're not even mentioning things like mines, which are another additional danger to those crews, Brian. We'll watch it closely. Appreciate it. We'll talk in a bit. Brian Sullivan watching the energy complex for us. He mentioned Jan Hatzius at Goldman Sachs, and we will talk with him about these inflation concerns around crude, plus today's jobs number and more. Don't miss interview with Governor Myron as well today, ahead of the blackout period before the next Fed.
All right, let's, how does Iran? All right, we're going to go to some live streams. But before I do that, please help support the work that I do and get the great products that I offer on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description. Use discount 5. I want you to save some money. You know, energy prices are up, so you need to save some money, okay? Use discount 5, all caps, discount the number 5, get $5 off any order. Now, if you take the supplements that I offer and you follow the protocol that I follow every day, you're going to slow down the aging process and boost up your immune system and have longevity. Good night formula, super important to help with brain function. It helps you to get into good sleep. Now, good night formula will allow you to get into 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. The deep sleep is super important in the REM sleep to consolidate memory to detoxify your central nervous system, because your central nervous system starts to build up toxins and you need good sleep to be able to detoxify that central nervous system. You're consolidating memory and you're going to be well rested. When you do this regularly, you're going to improve your brain function. You're going to improve the actual number of neurons that are connecting in your hippocampus, and you're going to be well rested, and you're slowing down the aging process. So good night formula is super important. It has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. Really important. And clarity factor. Clarity factor is a very powerful neurostack to get rid of that brain fog and allow you to concentrate. When you take this regularly, you're going to be able to think faster. You're going to have better memory. Super important to take. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. And over time, you're going to have the better neural connections. When you have better neural connections, cognition is better. So get the clarity factor. You can take it separately, or you can take it with the good night formula. So please go to my store, use discount 5, save some money. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, with that, let's go back to the BBC.
Service used by 24 million people around the world, but the majority of them are in Iran, despite the service being blocked and routinely jammed by Iranian authorities. Siavash, just looking at that new footage, this was something that happened right on the very first day of this war, a really consequential act, the killing of the supreme leader. How has the regime managed to make decisions, managed to continue operating in the weeks since Ali Khamenei was killed?
Well, they had over a year since the 12-day war to plan for this. They said that they have contingency plans, plan A, plan B, plan C. According to one Iranian officials, they have 3 or 4 layers of succession for every single political or military leader that has been killed. But
yeah, and the Israelis killed most of those layers, like probably 75% or 80% of it. So I don't think that they have too many people on the bench. This is the reason why the international community needs to come in, use our constitutional framework and our government system as a constitutional republic, and work with the Iranians, the educated, secular Iranians, to have a free government. And not a theocratic regime, and definitely not the grandson of the Shah. Now, the problem comes in is the United States and the CIA always fucks it up. Our military, they're getting the job done. The problem is our intelligence agencies, they have a tendency to pick expedience instead of really solving the problem. And the real problem in Iran is that they need a constitutional republic and not a theocracy.
Well, last night, Iranians in Tehran, the capital of the country, with a population of about 10 million, experienced one of the most intense bombardments. It was relentless and horrific. As the U.S. Defense Secretary described the attacks, we'll see a significant surge. A few hours after that, that's exactly what happened. Non-stop sounds of bombing, of buildings shaking. We don't know how many civilians have been impacted. But given that all the security and military institutions are very well weaved into the urban landscape of Tehran, this is bound to affect a lot of civilians. Today, the government published a list of all the different schools, medical facilities, and hospitals that have been destroyed as a result of this attack, whether it was intended or not. About 3,000 residential units, according to the latest government figures, have been destroyed. And from the statistics published yesterday, over 1,000 civilians have been killed. That's the number that the Iranian Red Crescent has managed to gather from all across the country, despite the internet blackouts and obviously difficulties with communication.
Yeah, difficulties with communication, and the work that you and your colleagues at BBC Persian doing absolutely vital at this time. Siavash Ardalan, thank you for joining us. Well, you can stay across all of the latest developments on this fast-moving story with the Iran war today. It is the BBC's 10-minute daily briefing. It's live at 6:30 GMT tonight on the BBC News Channel.
All right, I want to listen into some other news that's taking place here. Okay, there's this U.S. deploys laser tech against Iranian drones. So let's listen into that. This is Fox News.
I canceled all my food delivery subscriptions and upgraded to Cook Unity, and it's totally transformed the way I eat because every meal is crafted by award-winning chefs from across.
Iranian Shahed drones pose a real threat to U.S. forces and our Gulf allies, so the Pentagon is now deploying new laser technology to help take them down.
Brian Yennis joins us live from our London bureau. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Lawrence, Ainsley, and Brian. You know, the U.S. Navy is equipped with 2 laser systems that are capable of taking down these Iranian drones, the Odin and the Helios. Now, the Odin was spotted in a CENTCOM video that was released at the beginning of Operation Epic Fury on board the Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer. You can see it there in that box. Now, the Odin blinds drones, firing an infrared beam that overwhelms drone sensors, causing it to crash or fail. There are at least 2 destroyers in Epic Fury that are equipped with the Odin. Now, the Helios is a high-energy laser beam with a high-powered sensor that tracks, blows up drones and missiles in the air by igniting the fuel. Now, the Helios is not confirmed to be deployed in Epic Fury. It's only known to be on a U.S. ship that was last seen in the Indo-Pacific in Japan. Now, these technologies are vital in defending against Iran's drone attacks. Iran has fired off 4 times as many Shahed drones as ballistic missiles attacking our Gulf Arab allies. Now, Iran's biggest advantage is that these drones cost $35,000 to make, but one Patriot missile fired to shoot down these drones costs $4 million per missile. Now, these laser technologies...
So that cost ratio, $35K for a drone versus $3 to $4 million for a missile. Well, this war is going to be really expensive for the United States. But the point here is that these drones, we're seeing a new type of warfare that started in Ukraine, right? It was drone warfare. Well, this is a drone warfare type environment now. And definitely drone warfare is going to be in the Pacific. If the Chinese decide to take over Taiwan and the United States defends Taiwan, it's going to be drone warfare, right? So all these different types of technologies to jam, for lasers, for tracking, are going to become more prevalent on the battlefield. All right? Now, we need to find ways where our capability of knocking these things down are cheaper, right? But these things are becoming kamikazes. If you notice that these Shahed drones that are coming in, they're like kamikazes, except there's no kamikaze pilot. So, and they're hard to detect, and they can swarm and all this, and they're cheap. But they're really loud. If you've been paying attention to the videos and you listen as they're coming in, you hear this big buzzing sound that gets louder and louder before it hits the ground. But it's very reminiscent of World War II with the kamikaze pilots from Japan. Another thing that was reminiscent about World War II with this whole episode with Operation Epic Fury is our submarine destroyed a frigate, a Iranian frigate in the Indian Ocean through a torpedo. All right. Well, the United States hasn't sunk anything with a submarine through a torpedo since World War II. So hats off to the American Navy and them getting the job done. But we're in a different type of war that started in Ukraine, and that is drone warfare.
Iran's biggest advantage is that these drones cost $35,000 to make, but one Patriot missile fired to shoot down these drones costs $4 million per missile. Now, these laser technologies cost pennies per shot, and perhaps they're part of the reason why the U.S. says it is not concerned about running out of munitions in this war.
We've had a number of new capabilities being fielded. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about it from the operational perspective of what those are. But I think you have seen over a period of time us kind of get on the other side of this cost curve on drones in general.
Now, meantime, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says he has accepted a request by the U.S. and our Gulf allies to help in countering Iran's drones. Ukraine has become an expert at taking down Shahed drones fired by Russia. This is an ad from the Ukrainian company Wild Hornets, and it shows the Sting, a low-cost quadcopter interceptor that successfully takes down these drones. Ukraine has also used the Octopus. It's an AI-powered drone interceptor developed by the Ukraine and UK. It can track drones at night using AI and even go past electronic jamming. The Gulf states are reportedly, guys, discussing using the Octopus to defend themselves with these drone interceptors. They cost about $5,000 to make, much cheaper than the $4 million Patriot missile, which will ensure that our Gulf allies in the U.S. can stay in this fight for as long as they need.
So much advancement in the Ukraine-Russia war. It's been war university for the world, and that's part of it. Brian, thanks so much.
Thank you. I was reading about these, the laser technology. They say offers.
I can envision, like, maybe they have this already, but I envision our drones having lasers and tracking system that we swarm the skies and they patrol, looking for the enemy's drones. They hunt them down and destroy them. So it's drones attacking drones, but in a very autonomous hunting kind of way, almost like having a pack of dogs and you're hunting, let's say, a fox, all right, or a coyote, all right, and you unleash the pack and they run and chase after it and destroy it. Something very similar. It's almost like foxhound, like a foxhound kind of hunt, but in the sky through drones and using tracking systems and lasers, hunting the enemy's drones and shooting them down. I can totally see this happening.
Offers a low-cost, high-speed, and nearly limitless magazine for defense, can target, disable, or destroy unmanned aerial systems, fast attack craft, and missiles.
I think the Israelis are using it, and we're using it on the southern border. They don't like to talk a lot about it. Whatever, it seems like to be the answer. The negativity, they say this has a hard time in cloud cover and has a hard time in rain. So, well, I don't know how much is raining in the Middle East. That's good for us. So the other big story is, if you want to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, if you want to have to be able to really target the IRGC, you have to get rid of short-range and long-range missiles, especially got to get rid of the drones. Among the people that are disappointed we haven't done that yet is a guy that used to be at CENTCOM, the Vice Admiral Robert Harwood, who actually, by the way, grew up, for the most part, in Iran. And he said Central Command has got to take out these missiles, and then everything changes. Watch.
And I'd like to see them make sure they're up.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Maybe I can't code. Interesting. I'd like to see them make sure there are no more missiles and drones coming out of Iran. And that's still happening. So that's something that would remain number one in my priority list. If we can make sure they can't project power, then we have all the time in the world to go in and take out their production facilities, focus on the IRGC, focus on the nuclear power. They've been focused on this problem for decades. We know the capacity. What's the wild card is how much they grew their drone inventory and how well they've hidden them. But that's got to be top of the list, using your ISR to look for that, hunt it, and to just persistently and consistently strike it, disabling that capability.
So of course the launchers too.
Yeah.
That was a great interview because he talked about he went to the Naval Academy and some of his peers at the academy also grew up with him in Iran. He moved to Iran in like 5th grade, right, and stayed there through because his dad's
In the
job.
60s. Yeah.
Right, and he said some of his friends he's talked to, they're all cheering, they're excited for hopefully a change in regime.
But I think to the point that the guest was making, the Admiral, I think this is on the list for the Pentagon. You know, none of us are privy to the plan that the Secretary of War and, you know, CENTCOM are operating with. But, you know, the general did make it very clear that they are using different capabilities that we hadn't used in modern day time. I think one thing the audience have to take into consideration when we have guests on, especially past generals, there are going to be differences in strategies on how they perceive the war should be ran based on their experience.
But don't bet against the United States. I'm telling you, don't do it. You bet against the United States and you're going to get fucked over in terms of markets or in terms of our military prowess. We will win. We will prevail. 100%. There's nothing stopping us. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not going to have casualties. Of course we're going to have casualties. But knocking out this crazy theocratic regime in Iran was the right thing to do. Now, all those people out there that are America first and I don't want to go to Iran and blah, 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 blah. The bottom line is this. The reason why we have the opportunities in terms of safety, in terms of the economy, in terms of the way of life that we have is because we take risks and we prevail. Don't bet against the United States. Now, there's a lot of people out there that want to hide under their bed and don't want to go to Iran and blah, blah, blah. The bottom line is this. America would not be America if we didn't exercise some of our muscles, especially with our military. Now, you take a look at what's going on, and you look at the full arc of this, going all the way back to the Gulf War in 91. And you're seeing this smart technology and coordination with C2, you know, the command and control. All right? And you're seeing that there's no country that has the economic prowess, the military hardware, and the military experience of using that hardware and the logistics and the organizational skills that you need in the military to execute properly than anyone in the world. Not the Chinese, not the Russians. The Russians have experience. They don't have the economic prowess, and they sure as hell don't have the military hardware. We just blew up the defense systems of the Russians and the Chinese in Iran in one day. And now China is saying, well, they're not going to spend as much in military, supposedly. This is what they're telegraphing just 24 to 48 hours ago. China knows we're going to kick ass. But you got all these America First people going, I voted for Trump because he said he wasn't going to get into war. If you have the opportunity to take the shot and get rid of the Ayatollah, don't you think you should do it? Of course. Because for 47 fucking years, we've been waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. For 47 fucking years, we've had people that were either afraid, forgot about the Cole, USS Cole, forgot about the Beirut bombing, forgot about our hostages in Iran. They have industrial amnesia because they said that they voted for Trump because Trump said he wasn't going to get into a never-ending war. This is not a never-ending war. This is totally different than Iraq. Totally different. So you got Fuentes and you have Alex Jones and you have Scott Ritter. They're all saying this is going to be a fiasco and that America's going to lose and it's going to be terrible and blah, blah, blah. Look at Scott Ritter. He said that Hezbollah was going to take over Israel and knock it out. Didn't happen. Israel actually knocked out Hezbollah. He said that Gaza would be a quagmire for Israel and for Netanyahu. Gaza is completely destroyed. And guess who won? Israel. He also said that Syria was going to be a big problem. Syria melted away. Now, this is starting to sound biblical, that there's some blessing that's going on with the United States, with Israel, and with Trump. Doesn't it seem like it? I mean, if you pay attention, I mean, it does seem biblical, doesn't it? All right? Especially this war in Iran on the eve of Purim. That's all about the Persians and how the Persians, how they try to destroy the Jews, and guess what? The Jews won. All right? What we're seeing is biblical here. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not going to have some problems down the road. But the thing is don't bet against the United States. And taking the shot, seeing the opportunity to knock out the Ayatollah was the right thing to do. Now, the next step is to make sure that there's a constitutional republic and not just some sort of provisional government that is a puppet to the CIA and to Trump. I'm concerned about that because Trump is not an intellectual. Trump is blessed. Trump is rich. Trump can take risks, and a lot of times he wins with that risk because of his blessing, but he's not an intellectual. He has street smarts, but he's not an intellectual. And intellectuals are the ones that gravitate to the concepts of constitutional republics and balance of government, while street smarts has a tendency to, view things in terms of absolute power. All right, that's where Trump's weakness is. But I voted for him. I would still vote for him if he ran, but he's not going to run. But I voted for him 3 times, and I support my president, and I support the what the military is doing, taking the shot, knocking out the Ayatollah, and knocking out the IRGC was the right thing to do. Not only that, we're using this as beta testing technologies, so when the big war happens with China, we win. You got Nick Fuentes and you got Scott Ritter and you got all these, retired generals saying, oh, Trump's going to fail, Israel's going to fail. It didn't happen. Where is he failing? And not only that, these same people were saying that Israel was going to fail when they went after Hezbollah and Hamas. They're going to fail. They didn't fail. It's the same kinds of people during the tariffs. When Bloomberg was interviewing all these expert economists, some of them Nobel Prize winners, they all got it wrong. And if you paid attention to what I said in April to buy into the market, you would have made 20% return on your money. And those economists, if you followed what they did, what they were recommending, you would have lost out. Don't bet against America. Why? Because we're blessed.
There's only a few people that are in the room that are making those decisions.
And that actually know, that have the intel
to make those decisions.
But right now, taking out those launchers, I mean, when you have hundreds of jets flying in over that war zone, you got to think that they're hitting all this stuff. And what they've done, and you can see the propaganda video that's out, underground are just hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of drones underground. Oh, yeah. So we have to find out where they are. And those are the Shahed drones who basically we learn from. Those are one-way attack drones, suicide drones. But so much of this stuff came out of Ukraine. That's why we are asking Ukraine to help with their drone technology. And they have said, we're going to help any country that's helped us. So they're helping them out. And that's...
Oh, and another point that I'm making here. War is hell. People are going to die. There's going to be collateral damage. But we will win out. But not just that. People out there that are demonizing the situation, all right, and like going, oh, I don't like it, oh, I voted for Trump, or I don't like Trump, and blah, 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 he's a warmonger, and knocking out the regime was the right thing to do. But if you pay attention to what I am doing, if you pay attention to what I'm saying, you will make money on this. Because you keep on, people out there keep on saying, oh, all these wars just make the rich richer, and all these wars just, it's just for, another country like Israel, or, for, some other, nation. There were people during World War II, before we got involved, that were the America First, didn't want to get into World War II. Do you think killing the Nazis was the right thing to do? My great uncle was airborne during the war. He killed Nazis for his job description. All right? That was the right thing to do. But you had America First people. America First, this term, goes all the way back to World War II. All right? And they were saying, oh, they don't want to go into the war. You'd be dying for the British, or you'd be dying for the French. How's that any different than what people are saying about Israel right now? And they were wrong back in World War II. They're wrong right now. And that's history and facts. The reality of the situation here is you can benefit from what's happening if you pay attention. If you pay attention, you can make money on the news. And you can actually say, you know what? You can make your family better off, or you can improve your economic situation instead of being a victim. So if you pay attention, I'm telling you how to make money on this.
Mention a wee, but to explain, Johnny Ratcliffe, who is phenomenal running the CIA, part of how we've been so successful is our human intel that are on the ground. The moment a country is now in war, the way they move around the country is much different. So we got to take that in consideration. They're reporting back to command on what they're seeing on the ground.
Something we haven't talked about in I guess, a week. We talked a lot about, there are so many people that live in Iran that were not in support of the Ayatollah.
Right.
So they were helping out Israel or helping out neighboring countries, maybe even America, with what's going on.
That's right.
On the ground in Iran.
The intel, the military hardware, the risk-taking, the professionalism, the training, all of this is coming together. Now, do you really want to bet against America? You really think that's the right move? Do you really want to bet against what's going on? And what's happening is biblical. Biblical. So all these America First and fuck Israel and Trump's a bad guy now because he decided to be part of operations to kill the Ayatollah. Oh, you don't want to benefit from the American Empire? What do you think Caesar would do? What do you think the Roman Republic would do in a situation like this? Now, if you say stand down, then I don't think you really understand what America's all about. Exercising our hegemonic power is what gives us the opportunities that we have today and the freedoms that we have today. And there's nothing wrong with it, and we should not be apologetic. And there's nothing wrong with saying, you know what? With wisdom, with morality, with God, country, and family as our foundation, that we will prevail. And all these people that are, saying, oh, America first, but don't want to do anything. America first, but they only want, domestic policy. Well, guess what? America first is also international policy. And we are the new Roman Empire. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as we hold to certain moral truths: God, country, and family. The moment you break those, the moment you erode the foundation of the Enlightenment, then you start having a society that starts to decline. But really, sit back, think about it. If this situation was teleported back to the Roman Empire days, what do you think Caesar would do? I'll tell you what Caesar would do. Caesar would march into, because he didn't have jets at the time, march into Iran and chop off all their fucking heads and put them on posts. Now, some people would say, Dr. Paul Cottrell, that seems to be a little bit hyperbolic. You're speaking on hyperbole. No. Caesar marched into Gaul and chopped off their fucking heads. And that's exactly what we should be doing.
Is that still happening?
Well, I know you were going to be a dentist, right?
An orthodontist, yes.
Orthodontist. Sorry.
Right.
So there's a story out there today that the Mossad has gotten people, dentists, with elite to access to the elite, and when they do their dental work, they put tracers in their mouth, and that's part of the reason we've killed so many commanders and that they wiped out so many generals in the 12-day war. Because they killed them because
well, now they can't do it because you just told everyone what they're doing.
I read it. I mean, I didn't pioneer that.
That's crazy.
They expect the IRGC to leave their cavities from now on, and not go for the.
So they can't meet in person. They can't use pagers. They can't use cell phones.
They can't communicate,
and they can't go to the dentist. Right. So they're going to be rotten from the mouth.
And they can't. And they can't go to the bunker where the Ayatollah was going to
fight gingivitis on their own.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and support free markets. Support capitalism. Don't be a Mondani that's pushing for socialism. Support the idea of the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment is pro-markets. Mondani, the mayor of New York, he's a communist. He doesn't believe in the Enlightenment. He believes in taking away your property rights. Well, guess what? Constitutional Republic guarantees your property rights. That's the reason why Plato said a pure democracy doesn't work. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. This is dual purpose. It's going to boost up your immune system, which is what you're going to need because of the crisis we went through in 2020, because there is an aftershock. And olive leaf extract will also help with your cardiovascular health. Super important. And you take this every day, you're going to slow down the aging process by bringing down inflammation and improving your lipid profile. If you're 40 years of age or older, guess what? Your cellular metabolism goes down. Take vitamin B complex. The first 4 B vitamins, vitamin B1 through 4, help with the electron transport chain in your mitochondria to build ATP. You'll have more energy. So you can kill the Ayatollah, all right? Because guess what? When you have a society that's lethargic and don't have any energy, you can't run an empire. So vitamin B complex will help to boost up those energy levels and increase your cellular metabolism. When you have a better metabolism, your organ systems perform better, your tissues perform better. And vitamin B complex protects neurons, as vitamin B12, super important. When you get older, your neurons don't perform as well. Inflammation starts to degrade the myelin sheath. And guess what? You start to have connections, your neural connections start to recede. You don't want that. Get the vitamin B complex, boost up those energy levels, protect your neurons, improve your cellular metabolism. Please go to my store, use discount 5 because I'm a nice guy. Use discount 5, all caps, you get $5 off. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Don't bet against America like Nick Fuentes. All right, let's listen into, I think, maybe France.
Monday.com, the opposite of any work platform we tried in the past. We tried other work management platforms, not naming names. They all suck.
That according to Reuters news agency and the New York Times. The UN urging Washington to move very quickly with its investigations.
Let me just interject here. The natural gas futures are now at 3.13. Like I was saying, pay attention to natural gas because of the Strait of Hormuz is clogged up, right? So LNG shipments are reduced. So natural gas futures are going to be going up. And today it's up. And the oil for WTI is trading at $88.88 at the moment. Equity futures are at 6,765. Again, buy in to a broad index. Don't be stupid and buy into individual stocks. You're going to have idiosyncratic risk. All right, don't do that. S&P 500, Russell index, or some other broad index, really important. Keep on buying in. Take this as an opportunity to have a better dollar cost averaging. So when we break 7,000, when all of this starts to go away, you're going to have a nice return. Okay. With that, let's listen into France 24.
Juggernaut-like momentum of its own, with more and more tentacles growing by the day, with all the uncertainty that accompanies those extra tentacles, because you just don't know what's next and what sort of offshoot you're going to see sprouting up all of a sudden. You know, The Economist came out today with its weekly edition. It says a war without strategy. And that essentially, for many people watching this war, both within Iran, around the region, but also here in Europe, that sort of sums up this sense of a war that was launched.
What is this idea that war without strategy? General Kane had strike packages months ago that were prepared with different option matrix for Trump to pick. So how can he say that this was unprepared? There's no strategy. Of course there's a strategy. But that's conducting the war. Now, I'm a little bit worried about Trump's tendency for authoritarianism. I'm concerned that he's going to be expedient on trying to find a leader that he can deal with, even though long term, it's not the most beneficial for the Iranian people. The best way for the Iranians to come out of this, the secular Iranians to come out of this well, and for the world at large, the world community to benefit from this, is to make sure that a constitutional republic is established in secular Iran. There's a lot of educated people. We can use the IMF and the World Bank to stabilize their economy, use oil revenues to help rebuild and to stabilize their government, and use the template of a constitutional republic like the United States so they can build on that and use the international community of maybe of 5 major superpowers or powerful allies with some UN capability to make sure that there are free elections and that a constitutional republic is established for the secular, educated Iranians. This is not Iraq, totally different. Totally different. If anyone that has known people from Iraq and from Iran, you know that the educational backgrounds are radically different, and there's more of a cohesive secularism within Iran. But if we start having the CIA getting involved for expedience, we got a problem.
Including the mightiest one of all, the U.S., overwhelming force being brought to bear. They will not be able to hold out, they being the adversary, Iran, for long. Conflicting reports, how many munitions do they have? We don't know. Donald Trump at one point claiming that the U.S. can keep waging this on and on endlessly if he wanted to, that the U.S. stockpile is greater and better than it's ever been. But then you have other military observers questioning that, saying, is that actually the case? Are there enough munitions? We simply don't know what the current state of Pentagon stockpiles, but by some accounts, they do run the risk in certain areas of running low, even if that's not the narrative and the official line coming out of the Pentagon. So basically, wherever you turn, wherever I open my mouth right now, and whatever comes out of it seems to be something that raises more questions than it answers, because that is exactly where we are on the eve of the first full week of this war. We do not know where it's going. We do see more and more countries being drawn in willy-nilly into this conflict. And here in Europe, you have a sense of a Europe, if not divided, a Europe also being drawn, in a sense, kicking and screaming into a conflict that it never asked for.
So Doug, more and more countries, more entities being drawn into this conflict. Fair to say that nerves are being jangled across the board, everyone from oil traders to Gulf allies. It really is extraordinarily large, the scope of this conflict.
It is so large that, one of the early headlines today, you don't know where to look first, right? When you wake up in the morning and check what happened while you were sleeping. One of the headlines that, the U.S. administration, the Trump administration has waived given India a waiver to purchase Russian oil, because there had been, remember that sanction, the U.S. had told India, you do not purchase Russian oil. Unclear how much India had actually obeyed that commandment from the Trump administration, but now that has been waived. It's a cognizance of the reverberations well beyond the immediate region. The oil market's obviously really shaken, and not just the crude oil. We're talking about the LNG, liquefied natural gas. We're talking about LPG, liquefied petroleum gas. We also have all sorts of gas that's delivered in canisters, not just through pipelines, which are being affected because a lot of that is shipping trade through which it is delivered and not through pipeline trade. We have oil markets. Oil now is touching around $90. The benchmark crude oil price, $90 a barrel. It is up about 24% in a little less than a week, right? Since the start of this conflict last Saturday, 24% for oil in 1 week, where some people are likening it to the types of oil shocks from 1979, from the late 70s, during the Arab oil embargoes, all of that. We might not be there yet, but there are definitely signs that if this continues on at this tempo, at this cadence, we could be there very soon. We've had several countries saying that they were halting their oil production in the region over security concerns and security risks. So it's not just oil markets being rattled. And amid it all, we have talked that some of the Gulf countries, some of the Gulf allies are considering uncorroborated reports, ways that they could perhaps respond. That is bringing in this aspect of a potential offensive operation. We're not there. It's not happening yet, but the very fact that it's already talked, when you start talking about it, things that you're talking about today, all of a sudden are normalized and become the reality tomorrow. And that is the slippery slope of this conflict on the eve of its first full week.
So let me get this straight. Arabs fighting Arabs. Well, the Israelis decapitated the Ayatollah. Now, don't you think that there sounds to be some sort of blessing going on here? This is biblical what's happening here. Biblical. All right? Now, all these stupid people that think that they can just use some sort of Westphalian logic and complain, they're going to complain about energy. Trump gets into Iran and the energy costs are higher and inflation's higher. Well, if you pay attention to me, buy into the market, buy energy, and you'll make money and you'll offset your additional costs. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Don't be a person that just is a victim. All right? You need to start acting a little Machiavellian at times. All right? And don't bet against America. Don't bet against America. Now, if you are harmed by this situation financially, it's because of your own fault. Because you didn't position yourself accordingly. I've been saying this was going to happen for months. It's about time. Trump should have killed the Ayatollah back when we bombed the nuclear facilities. But here we are. It's biblical. You really want to go against something that seems to be a blessing? You want to go against that? Let's see, even if you're not religious, but if you're religious, do you really want to go against God's blessing? Does that make sense? You're probably not going to win. But even if you're not religious, let's say you're atheist or agnostic, all right? Do you really want to bet against a winning horse? like the United States? Really? I wonder how that's going to play out for you. All right, let's go to live now. Trump says he wants role in picking Iran's next leader. Now, this is where I'm a little worried about the CIA and picking expedients versus taking the time to building a constitutional republic for secular educated in Iran, and to make sure that a theocratic regime can never, ever, ever rise up and have power in Iran.
Now, I'm Austin Westfall. Today, Secretary Pete Hegseth saying U.S. forces are continuing to deliver blows to Iran's military in the opening week of Operation Epic Fury, crippling key naval and missile capabilities, while also signaling that a larger and more sustained campaign is underway. And President Trump says that he wants to be in the loop on the decision to replace Iran's supreme leader. Let's bring in retired Marine Intelligence Officer and host of the Strap podcast, Hal Kemper. He's on the phone with us tonight. And Hal, the president told Axios that he needs to be personally involved in selecting Iran's next leader. He also called the supreme leader's son a lightweight who won't be acceptable. From the U.S.'s perspective, what kind of person would actually be acceptable?
Well, you know, that's kind of a question, Austin, that nobody's quite sure. There's been some speculation that President Trump would accept, for example, somebody from the IRGC. That's obviously a little bit disturbing because they're very ideologically oriented towards being basically pro-regime, in charge of the regime now. But it's really not sure who he'd be interested in seeing be the supreme leader. Obviously, Reza Pahlavi, the son of the former Shah, the post-Shah, his name has come up quite often. The problem that the president has...
This is the reason why I'm worried about Trump. Not in executing the war. He's doing that perfectly with his generals and with Pete Hegseth. They're doing a great job. Our military is meeting the task at hand and doing and executing properly. All right? The problem comes in is that you have Trump thinking that he's going to try to find expedients because the energy markets are going up. It's going to cause inflation, and he's worried about the midterm elections, and he thinks that he can find a leader that he can make deals. Well, what happens when Trump is gone? What happens when he finds a leader, Trump's gone, we have a new president, a new makeup of our legislative branch, and they're pussies and aren't willing to fight in the region. And he kicks the can down the road to a point where an IRGC-like apparatus reconstitutes itself, or an Ayatollah reconstitutes itself. See, Trump should get up on stage and listen to DrPaulCottrell. He needs to actually say that Iran is going to be a constitutional republic and the United States is going to back it, and it's going to back it financially through the World Bank and the IMF to make sure that they have the economic stability to make sure that their constitutional republic is successful. Not, I'm going to pick a leader that is going to be able to make deals during the Trump administration. What happens when the Trump administration's gone? Short-sighted, stupid. This is where Trump goes the right path, but there is this street smart kind of mobster mentality that Trump has where he'll fuck it up. This is where he's going wrong. He needs, out of his mouth and out of the people that speak for him, they need to start saying, Iran's going to be a constitutional republic. Iran's going to be a constitutional republic. That's all I want to hear. The reason being is because that is more, there's a higher probability of peace worldwide, and we won't have terrorism, sponsored state terrorism, in the future. Now, we'll have terrorism, of course, but the thing is, it's not going to be like Iran's state-sponsored terrorism when you have a constitutional republic that's bolstered up by the educated secular population of Iran. This is where Trump is fucking up. Not in executing the war. He's doing this right 100%. Destroying their navy, destroying the Iranians' navy, destroying their drone capability, destroying their missile defense systems. The execution of the war, awesome. But this expedience, I'm going to try to find a leader that I can deal with, is stupid. Is stupid. Stabilize the economy with the World Bank and the IMF and set in motion a constitutional republic that's bolstered up by 5 powerful nations: the United States, Germany, France, right? And, you know, maybe, you know, some other countries that, you know, maybe China, maybe Russia, I'm not sure, you know. But the thing is that, you know, some strong nations as almost like sages to help them build a constitutional republic. And they have an opportunity to use our template for balance of powers, balance of government, not a theocracy, not a theocracy with the appendage of the IRGC. They say that they're the Iranian Republic. They're not a republic. They're not a republic. They're a theocracy. But this is a perfect opportunity. But if Trump keeps on looking for expedience and gets the CIA involved, then what you're going to have is either a monarchy, reconstituting the monarchy, reconstituting the Ayatollah, or doing some sort of quasi vassal state kind of thing. Now, this is different than Iraq. Totally. They're educated in Iran. This is different than Venezuela. This is a perfect opportunity to have a constitutional republic. And we actually give birth to the Iranian constitutional republic. But Trump is missing out on this opportunity. Stupid, because he thinks like a mobster, because he's not an intellectual. He has a lot of street smarts. He's a blessed individual. It's probably better to be blessed than to be smart. But the thing is that he's picking expediency because of politics and because of economics. And in the long run, it's going to hurt Americans when Trump leaves office. So for it to be a long-term solution for America and for the Iranians, you need a constitutional republic and not some sort of yes man that Trump picked. Stupid.
Is there isn't a clear figure that can rise up and take over.
See?
You know, one of the problems that
clear figure that can rise up and take over. We didn't have a clear figure that rose up and took over after the revolution. Some people would say that, well, that would have been George Washington. No, he resigned his commission as general of the army. It was Congress and the making of the Constitution and the buying into the Constitution of the different colonies that led to this great nation that we have today. Now, Iran's a big country, and Iran has different territories, and those territories would be similar to states. And those territories buy in to a federal government. And they have an executive branch that has 4 years, maybe with term limits. There's free elections, and you have a legislative branch, bicameral, like a Senate and a House of Representatives. and you have a judicial branch, not this idea in the news that you keep on hearing, oh, who's going to be the leader that takes over? That sounds like a yes man for the CIA. That seems like a yes man for Trump. But is that really what we are doing with the military? Is to create a yes man, to create a problem later down the road? We will never, ever, the United States will never have an opportunity like this again. Do it right. Do it right. You know where we fucked up in Vietnam? We fucked up on Vietnam because we picked the wrong side. We shouldn't have been backing this South Vietnam. We should have backed the North Vietnamese before Ho Chi Minh became so communistic. That was when. But we were afraid to do that. Why? Because the French was aligned with the South Vietnamese. And politically, that we couldn't do that. They picked political expedience, and we lost Vietnam because of it. Now, Vietnam's different than Iran, but the point I'm making is political expedience causes problems. If you keep on hearing in the news who's going to be the leader, well, who's the leader of the United States government? It's not Trump. The leader is the three branches of government. And that's the wisdom of the Enlightenment. And anyone that doesn't understand this, you're just too fucking stupid.
Regime identifies someone who is kind of becoming prominent in the anti-regime movement, they would arrest them, in some cases execute them, or that person be forced to flee the country. And at that point, they were no longer a threat to the regime, but that leaves kind of
Iran doesn't need a leader. Iran needs a functional government that has balance of powers. That's the answer. Trust me. Trust me. Dr. Paul Cottrell isn't wrong.
Deficit. That's kind of the same problem we have with Russia. You know, if I was to say who would be the logical choice to take over if there was a overthrow of Putin, I'd be stuck because he has basically killed most of the folks that would have taken over. That's kind of the problem they have there. So there may be somebody that we have in mind. There may be somebody or individuals who have been talking to or communicating with in some way, but it's just not clear. But he has made clear. Doesn't really said that he's going to pick the next leader, but he has said he wants to have a say in who that will be.
You know, Iran's foreign minister told NBC that they're ready for a ground invasion by American troops and that they're confident that it would be a disaster for the United States. Have we seen any evidence to suggest Iran can truly be ready for a U.S. ground offensive? Given what we know about their military capabilities, Hal, what kind of ground fight do we expect?
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base44, a complete AI creation plan.
What kind of ground fight do we expect they can actually put up?
Well, first off, I want to say whatever the foreign minister of Iran says or Roxy, I don't listen to him. He's just, you know, he's a propaganda machine, and he always has been. We don't have a ground force that is arrayed to go against them. I mean, actually, that would probably help them since they don't really have a Navy or an Air Force to speak of. What's going on right now puts them at a complete, a complete setback. I mean, they're really pushed back. They don't have any advantages, I should say. The only thing they have is a ground force. I think what they would hope, yes, they do have, I think, 1,700 tanks or something, but they're older tanks, are not very capable, poorly maintained. They have a lot of armored vehicles, a lot of artillery, but this stuff is, you know, a lot of it's in really bad shape, and it's really not a well-maintained force at all. What they would hope is if the U.S. came in with ground troops, that they could somehow foment a insurrection-type movement, a resistance movement, akin to what we ran into with the Taliban in Afghanistan or kind of like the insurgency over in Iraq. That would be what they'd hope. But frankly, we don't have a ground force that's planning on moving in. And as far as I can tell, that's never been part of the planning that we would put the troops in there. Any boots on the ground stuff look to me like maybe some isolated raids or something like that with special operations forces, but there is no big movement to do so. So when he says that, I'm not quite sure what his goal is. Probably the same thing. He's probably thinking I'm going to intimidate the U.S. like intimidating the Gulf states by bombing them. It doesn't really do much for him, and in actuality, it kind of blows back on him for even saying stuff like that.
So I've been taking live looks at Beirut, Lebanon. We've got the live vantage point on our screen right now. Hal's joining us via the phone tonight. But Hal, we've also been asking our viewers to send in questions. Producer Joni here is on our new producer camera. And Jonah, you've been going through these. What are you seeing?
Yes, Austin, I'm very happy to jump on here and try something new at Live Now. Obviously, a very busy week for us. But I have a couple questions that are from our viewers. First one is from John S., all the way in Australia, who is asking, how could the U.S. help assist in regime change and prevent civil war in Iran? That one for you, Hal.
That's a really good question because, well, frankly, as you know, there are reports coming out, more reports coming out today, that there's a resistance movement, a militia movement that's opposing the regime that's popping up in the Kurdish area. And there's talk about the Azeris. In fact, Iran just bombed Azerbaijan, kind of make a statement to Azerbaijan to say, don't support the separatist movement there, which I thought was interesting. So in that regard, that's kind of I don't know if you want to call it a civil war, but it is kind of a civil war. They're trying to break off and become separate areas. And we're definitely with the Kurds, we seem to be very much behind that. So I don't know if we're going to try and prevent a civil war in that regard. But as far as regime change, the idea right now, and this is part of what we're executing, I should say, is we're going after the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard Corps, all right, and of course this kind of ideological militia that they have as well. And basically, these are a couple things that prop up the regime. So we've been targeting them, trying to cause attrition, trying to destroy their command and control, trying to basically make it impossible for them to repeat what they did in December and January when they went after the protesters and may have killed, some estimates are as high as 30 or 40,000 protesters. We're trying to stop that from being a reality. If they cannot oppose the protests, if the protesters were on the streets and they could actually, take over government buildings, take over government offices, things like that, the possibility of a regime change simply by being unopposed is a reality. The other side too, and we definitely are saying this a lot, is we're trying to encourage all the Iranian forces to lay down their arms. But particularly we would like to see the Artesh, which is the more secular military and certainly the secular police forces, to not weigh in on the side of the regime if this comes about, but to actually side with the Iranian people. If all that came about, that would be a way that it could happen, and we're doing it right now through air power, missiles, things like that.
We did get some video in today from CENTCOM. This is exactly what they posted, Hal. Let's take this in full. Today, Secretary Hegseth and Admiral Cooper updated the U.S. And updated all of us, I should say, on their naval progress. They said that Operation Epic Fury has sunk more than 30 Iranian ships. It's slashing the Iranians' missile launchers, and they're also shifting toward dismantling Tehran's missile production. CENTCOM posted this today, showing what they say is an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier. So Hal, if you take out a country's naval capabilities, how crippling is that to their military as a whole?
It's not any country, it's Iran, and that's very specific. With any country, it depends on which country it is with the naval capabilities. Some countries have very little in any way of naval capabilities. Iran had considerable naval capabilities, relatively speaking, of looking at its neighbors and stuff like that. What this does, though, is it stops them from projecting power, certainly on the seas. Now, there is something that I have not seen yet, and that is the plethora of small boats and these midget submarines that the Revolutionary Guard Corps has in the Strait of Hormuz, and the capability to lay a lot of sea mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Those are a couple of capabilities I'd like to hear more about. But as far as the big assets like this, You may recall sometime back when there was the drone wave or whatever over New Jersey and all over the eastern seaboard, and there was a story out there that this drone carrier, Iranian drone carrier, was sitting off the coast and it was launching all its drones. Well, that story was completely untrue, but it did point to the fact that they did have this drone carrier that could do something like this. Now that's gone. And basically, we're just simply eliminating all their Navy, which really curtails their ability to protect any ships that are carrying arms, say their proxies anywhere, like the Houthis. Also, any ability to move anything themselves directly in that regard. And it leaves the, basically all the waterways around Iran completely exposed. So it can make a big difference, and I think it was a very smart move. I've been looking at Iran for a lot of years, and every time I looked at it, it's like, first thing I'd want to do, or one of the very first things, was take out the Navy. And that's exactly what we did.
Yep. I hear producer Jonah has another question standing by. Jonah?
Yes, Austin, another question.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth in a day process. A lot of times what they mean is...
Yes, Austin, another question for Hal here, this time from Carol out in California. And just remember, to all of our viewers, you can scan that QR code on your screen using your phone, and hopefully we'll be able to answer some of those questions on the air. But as for Carol's question, she asks, are Iranian citizens still taking to the streets? And are they being killed by the police or military? Of course, this is something that we heard about in the many weeks and the months leading up to the strikes on Saturday, but not so much we've been hearing about it this week.
Well, they actually had curtailed a lot. There was a big surge in counter-protest killings, for lack of a better term, in January that took place, and just the sheer carnage inflicted by the regimes, the IRGC and the regime's basically forces killing protesters meant that people basically quit protesting. Now, what I've seen is a video of some cities further away from Tehran in other areas where there are protesters out on the streets, anti-regime protesters. But they are further away from Tehran, further away from some of the major Persian-dominated cities, and so we're seeing some of that. But that's one of the things that everybody's watching for. Is there a point, and this will be an attrition issue, this will be, when there's enough destruction of the regime's security forces that people might feel comfortable to go out and actually protests on the streets, and right now they're not there. Of course, the other thing is there's such an active air war going on with constant strike missions and stuff. I think some people are a little nervous about going out in the streets just because they hear explosions all the time, and that's a natural human reaction. So I think when we finally achieve air supremacy across Iran, we already have, what I've told today is we have localized air supremacy in certain parts of Iran. That's pretty significant. But when it's completely over Iran, and we can basically attack at will, I think at that point you might start to see people feel confident enough to come out in the streets and express themselves, and also feel that maybe there's not enough. The strike missions have dissipated to the degree that they're not under any physical threat of an accidental injury or something like that.
Al Kemper joining us over the phone today. Let's get to this from Bahraini officials, Hal. A hotel and 2 residential buildings in Bahrain were struck by Iran, officials said tonight. No one was killed, and first responders put out a fire at the building. Hal, we know that the U.S. Fifth Fleet is based in Bahrain. Are the Iranians aiming for civilian structures? Are these poorly targeted missiles? Could these be the remnants of intercepted missiles? I'm just trying to understand why we're still seeing residential buildings being hit in countries that are not directly involved in this war.
Well, as you know, I kind of have a little history with Bahrain. I've been there quite a bit, going back to Desert Storm. I've been there certainly more recently. It's a city I kind of know, and certainly the base I know. And so, yes, initially I would have said they were aiming strictly at the base. They were trying to go after the naval complex there and some of the buildings, and they did hit them. However, with that said, I'm looking at not just Bahrain, I'm looking at other places like the UAE, Qatar, and elsewhere, and it's very clear that they are aiming to actually hit buildings to create terror, if you will, with the civilian infrastructure out there and residential areas, and basically saying to everyone that no place is safe. And so I don't think they're just aiming at U.S. bases anymore. I think they actually are aiming directly at these Gulf states that are hosting U.S. bases and kind of indiscriminate. I mean, why would you hit residential buildings? Why would you aim at a hotel unless you were just trying to kind of terrorize the population and try to intimidate the government in some way?
So Hal, I think we have one more from Jonah. I believe we have one more in. Is that right, Jonah?
That's right, Austin. This one from Noah, who is asking, what happens if the IRGC doesn't surrender in Iran? Of course, this is something that President Trump is hoping for, but this person is asking, what if that doesn't happen?
Ground forces.
Well, I'm going to say I don't think it'll ever happen. I don't ever imagine in my mind that the IRGC will willingly surrender. Now, I do imagine in my mind that a lot of those who would be in charge of the IRGC surrendering could end up not being around anymore because of some very effective targeting. And I think that's a very realistic scenario that they might simply just be taken out. I think what really happens is the IRGC is degraded, the IRGC's command and control, its cohesion, everything starts to break down. At some point, the population feels confident enough to come out like they did in December or January and express themselves the same way. I mean, if you look at what you know, it's not a far-fetched thing. If you look at what was happening in December and January in the streets of cities across Iran, I mean, there was a lot of question, which is, are they going to overthrow the regime? And the only thing that stood in their way was the regime's henchmen, if you will. You take out pardon the expression, but you take out or eliminate or degrade the henchman capability, the Iranian people will probably do the same thing they did before. And the thing I keep pointing to, and that's obviously the thing that the Trump administration points to, Israel points to as well, will the secular military, will the secular police force, when it gets to that point, are they gonna side with the regime? And there's a lot of reasons why they wouldn't want to, not the least of which is when they're out there, when they're killing people on the streets, they're killing their family members. They're killing people they know, their friends, their families and stuff. Or will they side with the Iranian people? And the hope is that there will be a tipping point there where they say, hey, we're in with the Iranian people, these guys got to go, and it changes over the entire dynamic.
I'm going to ask you one more thing about this conflict, Hal. It has to do with Blue Sparrow missiles. This was a new one to me. We're learning that Israel used what's called a Blue Sparrow missile to kill Khamenei. Blue Sparrows don't work like a usual missile, do they, Hal?
Well, they do and they don't. They can be air-launched. What you see here is an air-launched thing. What they are is, if you remember, this goes back way back, during Desert Storm, Desert Shield, the Soviet missile that the Iraqis had called the Scuds. And then all the, I'm sorry, but CNN at the time was like the only 24-hour news network. The CNN reporters over there were called the Scud Studs because they went out there and they filmed the Scuds coming down. The thing with the Scud missile was its range wasn't nearly as far as the range on this. It was about maybe a fourth of what this range is. The other thing is they were horrible. They were area fire weapons, and they didn't hit what they were aimed at. They caused some damage, sometimes by mistake, but...
Let me just interject. Natural gas futures are now trading at 3.154. If you've been paying attention to me, you would have made money today. You would have made money. How do you do it? Simple. Take a look at oil or cold as ETFs. If you want a long natural gas, you buy oil. If you want a short natural gas, you buy cold, spelled with a K. All right? I'm telling you how to make money based on the news. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer to help to also slow down the aging process and boost up your immune system and help with your other organ systems. If you pay attention, you will make money from this show and you will get healthy. please go to my store, get the lignans. This will help with boost up your immune system and your endocrine system, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals. Lignans is super important to take every day. Ashwagandha root helps to control your cortisol levels and helps to control your blood glucose levels. Really important, especially for your cardiovascular. But by bringing down cortisol levels, you're boosting up your immune system. Turmeric brings down inflammation, soaks up free radicals. Now, when you stack these together, guess what? You're helping your immune system, your cardiovascular system, even your brain function. Because when you bring down inflammation at the vascular level and at the immune system level, you're boosting up your health. But bringing down inflammation at the brain level, you're also protecting your neurons. So I highly recommend you pay attention to me because I know what I'm talking about. Take turmeric, take ashwagandha root, and take the lignans together for max benefit because they're synergistic to slow down the aging process, boost up your cardiovascular health, your immune system, and your brain health. Please go to my store, use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, and you'll save $5. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And when I tell you to take a look at the energy markets, you better start paying attention because you would have made some money. I'm also telling you, buy into the equity market because in the long run, you're going to benefit from this. All right, as we continue.
Wait, this has been re-engineered. It's a, you see a high apogee missile where it pops up and then pops back down. But it's same general concept, except it's more precision targeted. And that reportedly is what the Israelis used to hit the Khomeini compound, where they killed Ayatollah Khomeini and about 49 of his top officials. So that's one way. It can be ground launched as well. And I think it's very similar. As I recall, we have a similar missile to this. It's not exactly the same, but and everything they're doing there, let's just say this way: when there's weapons development like this, the U.S. and the Israelis work very closely in many cases, and that's my recollection on this one.
Alrighty. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics. I either have it in the powdered form or in the veggie cap form. Take them every day. This is going to help to populate your gut biome. This is going to allow for your immune system at the gut level to improve. You're going to be able to absorb your nutrients better. You're going to have better metabolism, and you're going to have better brain function, better sleep. Good gut biome also helps with your skin. A lot of people don't realize that good health starts at the gut level. So please go to my store, get the probiotics either in the powdered form, which is the way I usually take it, or the veggie cap form. Both are very high quality. Take them every day. Super important to take every day. All right. This is breaking news from Fox News. Russia reportedly providing Iran intel to target U.S. forces. That sounds scary.
You know, your headline take on where things stand right now, and then we do want to get into this issue of what Russia is providing in terms of intelligence, but your overall picture as you watch this activity, particularly in Lebanon today.
So we are seeing widening of the war, and Hezbollah predictably has launched attacks on Israel in support of Iran. But really the story of this war is the extraordinary tactical successes from the United States military, decapitating Iran's leadership, destroying their ballistic missile inventory and their drones. Those efforts are ongoing. We own the skies, and we've seen an incredible fusion of our intelligence capabilities so we can find and fix these targets and then finish them with precision strikes. Now, where we go from here that we'll all be tracking, the Israelis used to like to say that they would mow the lawn when they had to mount these counterterrorism operations that did not result in eliminating the threat permanently. If we do not arrive at some sort of a permanent solution here, either a change in the regime in Iran or a change in their behavior, then President Trump is right. We would have to look at coming back and doing this again, which is why I think the president wants to induce Iran to make a deal. That's what this has always been about from the very beginning when we deployed our military assets to the region. It's about Iran coming to the table in good faith with no intent to rebuild a nuclear program or have a ballistic missile capability or proxy terrorist network that can threaten the region and beyond.
And just so everybody can see, this is what President Trump said to Reuters. We are going to have to choose that person along with Iran. We're going to have to choose that person. He also had a Truth Social post today saying that unconditional surrender was what is going to be demanded here. Dan, because of your experience with Russia, could we please talk about this Washington Post headline? Russia is providing Iran intelligence to target U.S. forces, officials say. This might not become as a surprise to you, but it will be very unwelcome news, I imagine, at the Oval Office.
It's old news. The Trump administration is well aware of this, going back to the first Trump administration when the Russian intelligence was providing the Taliban with intelligence to kill our soldiers there. That's just what they do. That's their currency in return for receiving Iranian drones and having Iranians create these, build these drone factories in Russia. The Russians provide tactical and strategic intelligence on their main enemy, the United States. Now, it hasn't really had a whole lot of effect. We're doing pretty well in spite of whatever Russian intelligence is making its way to Tehran. There was no early warning intelligence that would have saved Ayatollah Khamenei's life. So I wouldn't put too much stock in the value of this, but it just shows us that this is the axis of dictatorships: Russia, Iran, China, North Korea, that are all working against U.S. national interests.
So Dan, you know, that it plays right into this language that we see in a lot of the media's reporting of this story, that this is a very expanding theater. But when I looked this morning, you know, I think in all of these attacks on the Gulf states, which have been a big curiosity point for a lot of people covering this story, and certainly a lot of the analysts, I think that there have been 5 people who've been killed in all of these attacks on the Gulf state areas. Now, there's been infrastructure damage, but what's your assessment of how successful they are at pulling this off?
Yeah, I mean, Iran has launched reportedly 1,000 drones at the UAE, but you're right. The results have been far from devastating, and we are taking the fight to the enemy. That's why we're not going to let up until we finish the job. That's the way we stop Iran, by eliminating all these stocks of their drones and missiles.
Okay, so we are about to go into the weekend, Dan, and from your point of view, what will you be paying attention to and looking for?
Well, I'm looking at the efforts on the part of the United States and Israel continuing to degrade Iran's air defenses. They're just about eliminated. Striking ballistic missile facilities. I'm looking at Iran's defense industrial base. Once you destroy all the missiles, you want to destroy the factories that are making them, and continued decapitation of Iran's leadership. I think there are a few more leaders in Iran from the IRGC and maybe Ayatollah Khamenei's son who have bullseyes on their backs.
Dan Hoffman, thank you so much. We really appreciate you being with us all week. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest.
All right, before we continue on with the coverage of the Iran war, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. This is very high-quality collagen. It's a month's supply. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, milk. Some people even put it in coffee. But take it every day, and this will help with your skin, your nails, your hair, but also it will help with your joints, musculature, bone density. Do some resistance training when you take the collagen. Really important. Take it every day. I also have a great new product called Super Strong Relief. This will help with your pains from either sore muscles, arthritis, even headaches. You apply it topically, and if you have a headache or a pain, it will relieve it within 30 to 60 seconds. All right? So this is a great way to relieve pain from arthritis, pulled muscles, even headaches. So please go to my store, get the Super Strong Relief. Very high quality. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. And digestive enzyme complex. This will help to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids and reduce the load on your pancreas. When you get older, especially when you hit about age 40, your pancreas doesn't function as well, no matter how healthy you are. It's really important to keep a healthy pancreas. You don't want to turn into a Steve Jobs, right? So digestive enzyme complex breaks up those carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids and allows you to absorb those nutrients easier. Take it every day. If you're an athlete, younger or older, you will also benefit from digestive enzyme complex because you're taking a pre-workout or post-workout fuel source. This will help to break that up and reduce the load on your pancreas. So please go to my store, get the digestive enzyme complex. Digestive enzyme complex also has bromelain in it, which is an enzyme to help to break up clots. It's fibrinolytic. So this will also help with cardiovascular health. And guess what? It also helps to break up glycoproteins. It has proteolytic enzymes. Super important, especially during the crisis that we had in 2020. That's the reason why I said to my audience, take the digestive enzyme complex to weather the storm in 2020. All right? So if you pay attention to me, you get a lot of benefits. Get more bang for your buck if you buy my products. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get healthy. All right, with that, let's continue on with the war. All right. Let's listen into maybe. I'm debating if we should be listening to the Free Press. Why Iran could collapse. Let's listen to the Free Press podcast here.
We're on the 6th day of the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and 40 top officials have been killed. The U.S. and Israel continue to strike at Iran. Iran continues to retaliate against U.S. allies and bases in the region throughout the Gulf. I want to start with some explainers. What has the U.S. and Israel accomplished so far to date?
So thus far, the U.S. And Israel have had quite a bit of impressive success against Iran's missile and military apparatus, as well as against some of the political and military elite governing that country. Even though the Islamic Republic is still fighting, it really is right now a zombie regime of deep state military officials and national security bureaucrats holding up the failing edifice of the Islamic Republic. And if things continue, the regime will not necessarily have the long-range strike capabilities like missiles to keep up the fight.
And what has Iran been able to accomplish so far in the retaliation?
Unfortunately, Iran's retaliation was expected, and the widening of the fronts or the internationalization of the conflict was also expected. The regime previously threatened that he would respond in a big way, even to a limited war. So it's no surprise that it is now at war with the Arab world as much as it is at war with Israel, as well as the U.S. force posture in the region. It even fired a ballistic missile at NATO ally Turkey, and even recently allegedly fired a drone into Azerbaijan in the north. So the Islamic Republic is widening the war, hoping that the chaos inflames and yet restrains the U.S. by playing to fears about energy spikes and the wider war that could potentially get the president to step back rather than step forward.
We're recording right now. It's Wednesday around 10 a.m. Who is winning as we speak right now?
You know, the Islamic Republic's definition of victory is simply survival. Even if one individual is left standing, they will claim victory. But practically, if the U.S. and Israel are framing the operation in military terms, not political terms, then the military balance clearly favors them. And in particular, the air and missile defense architecture of not just Israel and not just U.S. forces, but of the Arab states of the Persian Gulf has been particularly impressive against the array of drones and missiles the Islamic Republic has shot at it. All else equal, because of the conventional advantage, America and Israel are winning. There'll be an open question still, can they nest this military victory into a larger political strategy and get political success on the back end as well?
As we're speaking, who is currently running the country? Who's in charge?
So there's a lot of rumors floating around that Khamenei's son, the son of the supreme leader, Moshtaba Khamenei, who is actually sanctioned by the U.S. government, was believed to be administering and kind of functioning as a de facto chief of staff for the former supreme leader, that his name has been put forward. There's been a lot of speculation. There's even some outlets that have confirmed this, but he hasn't been spotted in public yet. He probably will be spotted at his father's funeral. But the fact that the regime can still fire missiles and drones, the fact that they can still operate, the fact that they still have people talking officially and unofficially to the press, tells you that there is a deep state national security bureaucracy. And if you had to put a name and a face to that bureaucracy and the most powerful institution, it would be Ali Larijani. He is quickly emerging as Iran's most important and powerful person, straddling the divide between the political bureaucrat and the national security official. And at the same time, the organization he leads, the Supreme National Security Council, probably the most important decision-making body in Iran. But if we're talking more broadly, the most important institution, it's got to be the security services, particularly the military, particularly the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is the custodian of Iran's missile and drone arsenal. Regardless of who becomes Iran's next supreme leader, it's almost irrelevant at this point because there is such a deep-seated national security bureaucracy in the Islamic Republic that was one of the legacies of the 3.5-decade-long serving dictator, Ali Khamenei. This is the bureaucracy that's essentially keeping the zombie regime afloat at the moment, and this is the bureaucracy that will come to the aid of whoever is Iran's next supreme leader should the Islamic Republic survive.
There have reportedly been meetings about who should come next. And then, of course, yesterday Trump said, this is the exact quote, "Their leadership is just rapidly going. Everybody that seems to want to be a leader, they end up dead." How much confidence do you have in the long reign of whoever they pick versus the U.S. and Israeli strike capacity to take out whoever the next choice is?
Well, to be a high-ranking national security official or political official in the Islamic Republic right now is probably a very dangerous job and a risky proposition. But at the same time, I think the system is foisting up names. It's keen to present the illusion of government continuity because it is under duress. But the president is right. There is a dwindling number of political elites that can actually manage and make decisions. And that's why, despite the supreme leader being taken out, really the focal point seems to be this national security bureaucracy, this marriage between decision makers and the military that is keeping things afloat at the moment.
So in the piece that you have just published for the Free Press, you walk through 4 scenarios about how the situation could play out. The first scenario is essentially the regime survives and becomes more brutal. Can you walk us through scenario 1?
Yeah, absolutely. If hypothetically the U.S. and Israel are successful in their military mission, and there's no immediate battlefield reason why they would not be against the launchers, against the ballistic missiles, against what's left of the nuclear program, for example, they may claim a victory and step away from the battlefield. In that case, what's left of the Islamic Republic as a rump state, as a deep-seated national security bureaucracy is likely to limp along. And in that instance, it's likely to limp along and not reform itself, or not potentially offer up any meaningful changes or be predisposed to concede, but rather it'll coarsen, it'll harden, it'll double down, and it'll look to find a way to get revenge and rebuild as quickly as possible, but also as safely as possible. And in the current era, when its proxies are down, when its missiles are being taken down, ironically, it'll be in a post-strike scenario that the regime will be more interested in a nuclear deterrent than ever before.
And how might the regime act?
So at home and abroad, the regime, if it survives as a rump state, is going to be more paranoid, more vengeful, and more lethal than ever before. A good historical parallel after a military defeat in the Middle East could be,
if the IRGC can reconstitute itself, if a theocratic regime can reconstitute itself in Iran, and we aren't successful in booting up a constitutional republic, even though we may have knocked out their ballistic missiles, continental ballistic missiles, even though we knocked out manufacturing of weapon-grade nuclear weapons, right? They still are smart people that can make biological weapons. This is the reason why you can't have the IRGC and you can't have the theocratic regime alive. They have to be completely destroyed and never come back. Or we won't be worrying about nuclear weapons. We're going to be worried about biological weapons. We have to have a constitutional republic booted up in Iran. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the resveratrol. Resveratrol will help to soak up free radicals because it's He'll help to reduce inflammation and soak up those free radicals, help with the health of the mitochondria. You'll have more energy. This will help with youthful gene expression and help to get rid of cells that are in senescence. Now, when you take resveratrol, your gene expression, called epigenetics, will improve. And because of that, you will age slower. This stacks really well with C60. So please go to my store, get the resveratrol. Resveratrol also helps the basal layer of your skin. That's where new skin cells are produced. So please go to my store, get the resveratrol. And heirloom barley. Heirloom barley is a high quality protein. This is a month's supply. Take it every day, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, even with milk. It's up to you. You take it every day, it's dual purpose. It's going to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. And when you do that, you're improving your cardiovascular health, you're improving your brain function, you're helping your immune system, you're helping your endocrine system. Please go to my store and get the heirloom barley. You can stack it with the resveratrol, but taking the heirloom barley, you're going to be detoxifying your body, bringing down inflammation, and soaking up free radicals. So your energy levels are going to improve. Even your joint health will improve. Why? Because you're bringing down inflammation. So please go to my store and get the heirloom barley.
Uncle Hussein's Iraq after 1991, who may not have had the military capabilities to fight against the West, although he still signaled that he would. But he came home, he cracked skulls, and he repressed his own population in a brutal way that had never been seen before in his country's history. It's likely that if any national security deep state survives this conflict, that it'll still be intent on revenge and take out that revenge on those who are least able to contest it. And the biggest risk to leaving the Islamic Republic in place would be that it would be a more militarized regime, a more coarsened regime, a more isolated regime than ever before. And it would be more lethal as well.
Let's talk about the second scenario that you lay out, which is essentially this idea that there could be a facade of change, that a friendlier face might come forward, but the backbone remains the same. Walk us through scenario 2.
So in the highly likely event that America and Israel are successful at defanging and neutering many of the regime's long-range strike capabilities, the Islamic Republic is going to step back and coarsen. But if that coarsening is met with a sustained policy of pressure from above and pressure from below, from the street, then it's likely that the Islamic Republic is going to try to get out of this pincer movement. And it will try to do that by at least offering a pathway for stylistic change rather than substantive change. Here, the real fear is that the Islamic Republic could use and abuse political prisoners, rotate them, have a quote-unquote more managed selection process for who becomes the country's next president, or create new political institutions that mean nothing. Think of this as a facelift with no change in substance. And the goal of this for the Islamic Republic would be to get concessions, to get international sympathy post-conflict, and to get sanctions relief and outlast the Trump administration again.
Who do you think the friendlier face internally might be? Are there any contenders that people are speculating?
See,
well, certainly I wouldn't want to name any political prisoner that could be used.
This is the reason why I keep on saying all of these experts are wrong, just like all the economists were wrong with the tariffs and how it was going to tank the economy. And if you paid attention, you would have made money in the stock market back during the tariff crisis that we had last year. The same thing is happening here. All the experts are saying, who's going to be the next leader? Who's going to be the next leader? And they're not really paying attention to the government needs to change, not the people. The government needs to be a constitutional republic, not a theocracy. No one's saying this other than DrPaulCottrell. Once again, if the Trump administration doesn't work with the international community and leverages the power of the IMF and the World Bank to stabilize the economy in Iran, if Trump doesn't leverage the UN and allied nations to bolster up a constitutional republic for the secular community, educated secular community within Iran, this thing is going to fail. We're going to win militarily, but this thing's going to fail. And anyone that's saying, who's going to be the next leader? Wrong question. Wrong question. When are we going to have a signed constitution in Iran for a balance of government, powers of government, judicial, legislative, executive, with term limits, and don't follow parliamentary government model, because those don't work. Just look at France. Just look at what's going on in the UK. There's no country that has a government as long lasting as we have. The United States is the oldest continuing government. Now, the United States isn't the oldest region, in terms of history, but we're the longest government, stable government. There's no other country that comes even close. Where are the experts saying this? It's a big problem. Got a lot of talking heads, got a lot of people that are experts in international affairs, a lot of people that are, international law and all this stuff. But where is this community out there that's supposedly educated saying this is a perfect opportunity to use the framework of the founding fathers of the United States and to copy paste with some modification for a constitutional republic in Iran? No one's saying it. They're always saying, who's going to be the next leader? Wrong question. When is it going to be a constitutional republic is the right question.
There is a former prime minister under house arrest, Mir Hossein Mousavi. There is the option of going to the fringes of the regime's political elite that are currently not employed, like former President Hassan Rouhani, and trying to create a quote-unquote national reconciliation government. There's lots of options that the Islamic Republic has to choose from if it's going to offer stylistic change. The more important question for the West is, what will it settle for?
The third scenario, popular revolution, a real regime change. Walk us through scenario 3.
In many ways, the popular revolution model is the model that brought us to this conflict to begin with. Because prior to Operation Ethnic Fury, Iran had seen the biggest nationwide anti-regime uprising in its history, and that was also the most violently repressed. It was against that backdrop that President Trump had promised support and help to Iranian protesters. The challenge here is, of course, if America takes a military win after it defangs or neuters the national security deep state, it may not have meaningfully tipped the balance towards the street. There is a way to do that, however, by staying in the fight, by shifting the tools that the U.S. is using, moving away from, for example, B-2s and F-35s and moving towards drones and cruise missiles and A-10s, for example, things that could be used to target in a more localized sense the apparatus of repression. If these U.S. and Israeli air power is able to instill fear across Iran's national security state, if they're able to foster defections, if they're able to engage in covert action and information operation campaign to get the guys with the guns off the streets, or get them to understand that they have more to lose by staying in a fight and defending a regime that is essentially a zombie, this can actually pave the pathway for the next round of protests. Many people believe, for example, that the Iranian population has been cowed and is now afraid given the violence against them. That is not my understanding of the population. They are angry and they are determined and they're looking for an opportunity, and a gutting of the security services and a shredding of command and control.
Exactly. And if they have if the international community embraces them, they can have a constitutional republic. But if we have a bunch of Western countries saying who's going to be the leader, wrong, 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 they won't have a constitutional republic. They may have a democracy, but it's going to be unstable. And because of that instability, there's going to be another theocratic regime in the years to come that just rises up. No talking head is saying leverage the international community, stabilize the economy, and usher in a constitutional republic. They're educated enough to embrace it. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Overeducated people reading lots of books in the background, but yet can't solve the problem.
Provide them that opportunity.
To what extent is this already happening? I was reading some reporting about Israeli intelligence sources saying that Iranian soldiers, police officers, IRGC members are not showing up to their posts, likely out of fear of being victim to one of these bombings. What do we know about these reports so far, and what does this tell us in the context of Scenario 3?
We're getting a lot of anecdotal evidence that Scenario 3 could be driven towards by U.S. and Israeli air power, even though air power in general does not have the best track record of sponsoring or fostering regime change. Here, however, air power can play to the opportunism and desire for self-preservation of lower-level units of Iran's security forces, precisely those ones that you mentioned, Rafaela, that are choosing not to show up for work. I would also add that there's videos now that CENTCOM is putting out on social media that shows that Iranian missile teams, after firing their missiles, are simply leaving their launchers rather than risking bringing them back to the bases and being re-equipped with those missiles, because they know that they would probably be caught and killed.
I was also reading some reporting about, besieged internal security being targeted, police stations being targeted. What do we know about the U.S.'s intent on that side?
Well, the U.S. and Israel seem to have a division of labor here. I would say Israel is the one who has been targeting elements thus far of its apparatus of repression. The U.S. seems to be focused on this counterproliferation and defanging mission that basically goes against the bases, the depots, the storage facilities, as well as these trucks called transporter erector launchers that move and fire Iran's vast arsenal of ballistic missiles. But Israel seems to have struck certain police stations and IRGC headquarters compound in Tehran. This is the kind of targeting that is going to have to be shifted and scaled up if the goal is to help empower the streets and really push towards a revolution model rather than an evolution model against the Islamic Republic.
What would the scenario require of the U.S. military? There's a lot of questions about, do they need boots on the ground in order to affect this outcome? What do you think?
Well, despite being unarmed, the boots on the ground here really are the Iraqi people, the large mass that turned out, for example, on January 8th, January 9th. The goal of air power should be to help pave a pathway for a mass volume of these protests to be able to take the streets, take over their security institutions, take over their political institutions, and get what's left of the guys with the guns either offside or to flip. This is risky, but so is everything else that the U.S. Is facing at the moment. The die has been cast. The question is, will the U.S., will Israel help pave the pathway for this option? And just to be clear here, this option, while highly desirable, because it potentially could produce a democratic partner for America and Israel and the West at large, it is not cheap, it is not easy, and it is not bloodless. But compared to the risk-reward, having to come back and mow the grass every few years and potentially lose more Iranian civilians and lose more Iranian popular support, as well as, of course, expend more money and munitions on this kind of a conflict, it seems to be the one that is worth pursuing.
The name that hasn't come up so far is Reza Pahlavi, who, of course, is the son of the former Shah. He has been doing lots of Western media. People in the diaspora, Persians in the diaspora, seem to like him. There seems to be a cohort of people inside Iran that like him. How does he fall into this scenario?
One need not be a monarchist to see the value of having Reza Pahlavi lead such a transition, given his ability to draw crowds both inside Iran as well as outside Iran. Should America, Israel, or others help gut Iran's security forces and pave the pathway for return of protesters on the streets, Reza Pahlavi is someone who can help draw significant volume here towards that effort. Given rising Iranian nationalism as well as the Crown Prince's popularity, the goal for Washington and Israel should be to help foster political change away from the Islamic Republic as quickly and as painlessly as possible. I don't see many other exile or even internal opposition figures that can draw the crowds and carry such legitimacy that the Crown Prince has. Again, this isn't an endorsement of monarchy. This is a pathway that can help get Iranians back in charge of their country. The point is that
so bring in the grandson of the Shah, and maybe they'll have some sort of democracy. And then the grandson of the Shah will get in. There's going to be corruption. There's going to be probably some alliance between the United States and the Shah, for controlling of the oil flows and all this stuff. No, that's the wrong path. The wrong path. Wrong path. This is what Trump should do. The leader of giving birth to a constitutional republic in Iran is Donald Trump. All right? Now, Trump's not going to be the leader of Iran, but the leader of birthing the nation into a constitutional republic. And the people are going to vote. And they're going to pick through elections who they want. They have elections, all right? And they have a constitution that has rights of citizens that are aligned with the Enlightenment. Property rights, the life, liberty, and property rights. A theocratic regime can't give that because it's going to be aligned with the Quran. And the Quran is not in the Enlightenment. In many ways, it's antithetical to the Enlightenment. And a monarchy, through the whim of the monarchy, is going to throw away civil liberties. Constitutional republic guarantees them. That's the difference. This is the reason why this expert is full of shit. And why there's going to be a failure if we go down this path and try to reboot the Shah's grandson, or try to have some sort of, Ayatollah light type person, or some sort of leader from the IRGC. They're all wrong policies, all of them. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lozenges and the drops, especially for the winter and the allergy season. You can get it in orange splash that has vitamin C in it. It's made from structural needle silver. Also, Manuka honey lozenges. You can get honey and lemon drops, cherry drops, and also blueberry. Get a few bags for your household. Be prepared. The moment you have that throat irritation, take them right away. It will neutralize and protect that mucosal lining so your oral pharynx has a barrier. Super important. Mitigate the throat irritation right away. If someone is not feeling well around you, or you're not feeling well, take them right away. Mitigate the problem. Please go to my store and get the structural nano silver drops and lozenges. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Let's listen to the expert on how Iran should move towards democracy.
We have 90+ million revolutionaries. The goal is how to get this 90+ million in charge of their own destiny.
The fourth scenario that you lay out is essentially state collapse. It was the most alarming one to read about. Can you walk us through scenario 4?
Yeah, there is a real potential for state collapse here. And this is not America or Israel's fault, because this is the trajectory the Islamic Republic was on anyway. Ali Khamenei, which was a 3.5-decade-long serving dictator in Iran, helps put the Islamic Republic economically, socially, politically, and even environmentally on the pathway to collapse, even before these protests, even before this conflict, and even before the 12-day war. Ultimately here, because the U.S. and Israel are now touching it, there is the fear here that they may own it. And the Middle East is the place where things can always go from bad to worse. While it is much more challenging to think of how things can get worse than an Islamist authoritarian regime like the Islamic Republic, anarchy and pure state collapse, particularly one brought about by a civil war, would be something that almost any Iranian would be against. And just to be clear here, the chances of a civil war would only rise if and when there are armed ethnic or localized insurgencies that play to the fears of a balkanized or fractured Iran. Iran today is smaller than it's ever been in the past 500 years, but it's also worth noting in the past 500 years, anytime the center has collapsed, there has been a rise in peripheral and local authority. So there is that fear here again.
CNN reported that they have sources saying the CIA is arming Kurdish forces inside Iran. What do we know about that?
Well, we're still struggling to find out if this is actually happening, if an operation has taken place, or if this was some training equipped mission. As you know, the U.S. has worked by with and moved through the Kurds as a counterterrorism partner, both in Iraq and Syria, against ISIS. But one reason why this may make the not-so-silent great majority of Iranians inside that country nervous is because of fears of political secession and balkanization and, again, civil war. And many of these groups have internecine rivalries within other Kurdish families and factions in Iran's west anyway. But I think it would be a mistake to project a sectarian conflict onto a national uprising and revolution.
In the past 24 hours, Iran struck Azerbaijan. There's a large Azeri Azerbaijani population inside Iran. There have been, throughout history, some Azerbaijani separatist movements. How does that strike impact scenario for balkanization, state collapse?
Potentially, if the Islamic Republic has a philosophy of it's us or we burn the country, kind of like the Assad regime did for a very long time in Syria, they may have even intended that to be the case. I mean, they struck a country which recently has used military force to take territory, which recently, in its political and really informational messaging, has tried to lay claim to Iran's two Azerbaijan provinces. And ultimately, the regime may be looking to widen the war in its north, just like it's been trying to widen the war in the south as part of that same flawed strategy of internationalizing conflict. Again, I think if anyone is responsible for pushing for straight fracture, it's not Western policy, it's the Islamic Republic itself. But we shouldn't be putting a loaded gun in a shaky hand there.
Do you think everything we're talking about could in some way help the regime because it will unite the country and create sort of nationalist sentiment out of fear of the balkanization?
Unfortunately, this is a talking point that the Islamic Republic has used and abused for many years, that it's us or the country we turn into Libya, Syria, or Iraq. And the worst thing, I think, for Western policy to do would be to actually vindicate some of those talking points, whether they were by former Supreme Leader Khamenei or former IRGC Commander Soleimani. There have been many, many lines like this. And one way the West can actually guard against this is actually, in its political messaging, to be promising to retain the territorial integrity of Iran. This way, it gets the not-so-silent great majority of protesting Iranian nationalists and keeps it on its side as they are on its side at the moment.
So out of all of the scenarios that we walked through, Iran becomes more brutal, more repressive, facade of change, real regime change through popular uprising, or this sort of state collapse. What do you think is the most likely based on what we're seeing?
Should the Trump administration end military operations within the 4-week window, it's likely it will achieve military success. But I actually think political success may seem a bit too far off or may seem a bit too daunting for the Trump administration. It's likely that the first scenario, meaning the national security rump state, that deep state, would remain and would calcify and would force it. That would raise the question for the administration, what next? How can you shape it? How can you mitigate it? And how can you really press upon those internal fissures, if there are any at that point, to help push for a better Iran policy? Because unfortunately, leaving such a state at the helm will almost guarantee more hostility, more enmity, more conflict, both inside Iran as well as outside of Iran.
To close out, what are you looking for in the coming days and weeks as this conflict unfolds?
Well, in the days and weeks ahead, what I'm looking for is if the Trump administration articulates its end state of what winning with respect to Iran looks like. I think I know what that is for me and for many Iranians. It is a country that is actually led by its own people, that is able to secure its own destiny, and has a government that reflects the views, values, and interests of its own people, and has a foreign policy based on national interest rather than on revolutionary ideology. That would be a win.
Yeah, it's called a constitutional republic. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley. This will help to build muscle, do some resistance training. Take the Gladiator Barley every day. This is a month's supply. You can mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. But this will help to build the muscle, bring down inflammation, so you're going to recover quicker during your workout. But by bringing down inflammation, soaking up free radicals, and detoxifying your body, you're going to help your cardiovascular system, boost up your immune system, boost up your endocrine system, even help with brain function. Because when you bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals for your brain, your neurons perform better. Please go to my store, get the Gladiator Barley, slow down the aging process, and boost up that immune system. And you can take separately or synergistically Myotrol. This helps with the gene expression to build muscle. If you're 40 years of age or older, you should be taking Myotrol every day. Do some resistance training, and it'll help to build muscle, reduce atrophy, and help to maintain muscle. It has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignins to help with the gene expression to build muscle and help with your mitochondria. Now, if you're an athlete, younger or older, you'll benefit also by taking the Myotrol and the Gladiator barley and taking it as your pre or post-workout fuel source if you're an athlete, younger or older. But even if you're not an athlete, you're just the average Jane and Joe out there, taking Gladiator barley and Myotrol will help build muscle and slow down the aging process. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. Okay, let's listen into France 24.
To them, to the people who need to know it.
Were there figures that you know that are still around, perhaps you're in contact with, from those days that didn't like the regime, that will be candid with you, career politicians that you could talk to about what was really going on under the belly of the regime?
Very difficult to talk to opposition figures. One had ways of gathering what people who didn't like the regime were thinking, yes, but there was then and is now no organized opposition inside the country. Access to those who wish to reform the Islamic system, the reformist parties, was easier, but any regime run like Iran's is very sensitive to ambassadors dealing with anybody other than official channels.
Very interesting. So Richard, let me ask you about Muqtada Khamenei. They're touted as a possible replacement, the son of Ayatollah Khamenei. What direction, if that was the case, and Iran saying hands off to the US, you won't be deciding who the next supreme leader is, what direction would that take Iran, do you think?
Continuity, but whether or not they will be able to rule the country depends on the length to which Israel and the United States go in smashing it up. Mujtaba, the son, is obviously the image of his father's policies. Once he had the reins in his hand, if that were to come to pass, of course it's open to him and his colleagues to adopt a different course, justifying it in terms of the survival of the regime and of its religious mission. But I'm not sure why the Iranians should be in any hurry to appoint a successor. They have a council in place at top level of 3 people able to confer and take decisions. But more important, the country has had a long time to prepare for a crisis of this kind. Authority is decentralized. There are many layers in the system able to take over and move up if top people are killed. So there is still plenty of steam in the boiler of the Islamic Republic.
You touched upon it right at the start, Sir Richard. I want to talk about the different messages within Europe on this conflict and how you read different European leaders in this hour, that reputations, that legacies can be made or lost. Tell me about, when you're looking around Europe right now, we've of course heard President Trump talking about Keir Starmer, saying he's no Churchill. What have you made of that?
Well, Trump is no Roosevelt, is he? You should listen to what the Democrats say about him. The word unhinged is used by very senior Democrats. And you can see from the innumerably different messages we're receiving how difficult it is for the American government to come up with a reason why they launched this now, other than long-term inveterate hatred of the Islamic Republic. The European leader who makes most sense is the Spanish Prime Minister. I think that given the pressures on him from the United States on the one hand and his domestic political situation on the other, Mr. Starmer is doing well. His actions and positions are well judged. I hope that Britain does not get involved in aggressive action against the Iranian government, but assisting in the defense of not just partner governments on the Gulf, in the Gulf, but also British citizens spread throughout the area seems to me a reasonable position. There is a platform forming for an intervention for a ceasefire if European leaders can get their act together and narrow the differences between them. That is based, for example, on what Kay Callas said about not wanting this war to go any further, wanting stability, what the British government says about the need for negotiations and for avoiding the further destabilization of Iran. And Mr. Merz is starting to move in that direction too. So given the prospect of severe disruption to the world economy and above all to our Gulf partners, given the sheer misery of the losses of life and the ability of the international community to obtain assurance diplomatically of there never being materials available in Iran for a nuclear weapon. And given the fact that the scale of the military assault now will contribute to secure containment of Iran in the future, the time really has come to try and call a halt to this, to de-escalate and achieve a ceasefire and a negotiated arrangement for the region, which would include not just diktat from Tel Aviv and Washington, but would incorporate the views about the future from Iran's neighbors, such as Turkey and the states of the Gulf Cooperation Council.
That's a very interesting point. Effectively, that by combining Europe, petrostates, the Gulf states, Turkey, Iraq as well, you have this, basically Europe's voice. There is a wider voice in the room, and it's not just a back and forth between Iran and the US. There is a voice that has to be dealt with because of the sheer size. It's also, so Richard, the 80th anniversary by happenstance or not of Winston Churchill's Iron Curtain speech this week, warning of increasing measures of control back then in 1946 from Moscow. Fascinating in light of current events in Europe, Russia's influence in Iran too. And it's notable, Putin called it this week, the assassination of Khamenei, the cynical, quote, murder of a great statesman. He said it violated international law. Make of that what you will. The message clearly speaks to the art of Kremlinology and its current alliances. But do you see a Churchillian figure anywhere in Europe or on a world stage right now?
No.
No, I don't. The crisis in the affairs of the British Empire and Commonwealth called forward a man whose public career began in the very early years of the 20th century, who had fought in the First World War, who had been a journalist before that in the Boer War, who was a master of British and European history, who had contacts all over Europe. He had the deepest affection for France. And no such figure can be created in the circumstances of the 21st century. But collective endeavor, including the European Union, is capable of moving mountains. I mean, we did see, although it may not be fashionable to recall it, a spearhead of the European movement trying to sort out this question in the early 20th century, the E3, Britain, France, and Germany, in consultation with the United States, in close consultation with the European Council, with the High Representative in active support. Now that effort eventually brought the Joint Cooperative Program of Action, the JCPOA, in 2015. Obama was, of course, absolutely right to join that effort in 2007, or whenever he became president. I can't remember the exact year. And it was his authorization of back-channel talks with Iran in 2012, which led to the breakthrough. Now, Israel has achieved its objective, stated at the time, of sabotaging that agreement on the spurious grounds that it would enable Iran to develop a nuclear weapon. But of course, Israel has been, particularly Mr. Netanyahu, has been saying since the late 1990s that Iran was months away from a nuclear weapon. And President Trump has now picked up thoughtlessly and recklessly that chorus and repeated it yesterday with the lie that Iran was a fortnight away from a nuclear weapon. This is spurious, and Europe's voice is not strong enough in challenging the prevalence of propaganda. What happened in 2002 and 2003? The British government, the United States government, propagandized their own people to create a political case for the war that they wished to wage against Iraq. And look where that got us. Thank goodness Mr. Starmer is saying that the lessons of Iraq should inform what we do now with Iran. But the European leaders need to internalize that and stand up to warmongers.
Well, it is that lack of a European cohesive voice, isn't it, right now? Just a final thought, because somebody we haven't mentioned this so far, and given the spread of this conflict, a name that is worth a mention is Mark Rutte. An interesting case here, too. The NATO Secretary General, he's chipper, he's upbeat about the scenario. He says he thinks Washington knows what he's doing. What do you make of that?
Well, I don't know what he's drinking. Netherlands, of all countries, should know what follows when the rules of international order are jettisoned by strong countries. Now, I do sympathize with him in that his overwhelming priority may be to retain United States goodwill over Ukraine, which is such a massive threat. The war, Putin's war there, is such a massive threat to European security. But again, European leaders should be jogging his elbow to remind him that NATO, as a military alliance, has kept the peace, but it has done so because of the principles of international order which accompanied its creation, which the North Atlantic Treaty is all about. So in ensuring our security, if you're an exposed country, for example, the Baltic states, you need to walk on both legs, the leg of international law and the leg of military preparedness, and of course the vital US role in that military preparedness.
So Richard, very good to hear your thoughts tonight. Thank you. Sir Richard Dalton, former US ambassador to Iran and Libya, a UK ambassador, I should say, and former Consul General in Jerusalem as well. Thanks for your time. With information coming through from Reuters at the moment, this is to do with the Kurdish population in Iraq. Officials with one of the armed Kurdish groups has been talking to reporters, telling the Associated Press they are not planning an imminent cross-border attack on Iran, but they would, quote, join a ground invasion if the US were to launch one. The comments appear to be aimed at reassuring Iraqi Kurdish officials who said they do not want attacks to be launched against Iran from their territory. Fearing would drag them into the conflict. Let's bring in our international affairs editor, Andrew Hillier. Andrew, good to see you tonight.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. This has 68 nutrients. It has a very comprehensive compound profile shown on the screen here. You can read the label on my website. This will help multiple systems. This will help with your cardiovascular system, help with musculature, brain function, rev up your metabolism, slow down the aging process, bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals. It does a lot. So please go to my store. Take this every day. It's a month's supply. Mix it with soft food, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with just milk. But take it every day. It's a great way to slow down the aging process. You will feel the effects of this within 72 hours. You'll have a steady burn of energy, and you'll be more active. You'll have more longevity and activity. And also C60. C60 is a very strong antioxidant. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. You can get it in extra virgin olive oil, MCT coconut oil, and in avocado oil. C60 has to be in an oil for proper absorption. Take a teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach, but take a teaspoon a day every day. This will soak up free radicals. It's 1,000 times stronger than vitamin C. And by soaking up free radicals, your organs, your tissues, your cells will perform better. Your mitochondria will perform better. You'll have more energy. Your immune system, your endocrine system will perform better. Your brain function will perform better. Cardiovascular health will improve. So please go to my store, get the C60. Also, C60 helps with the basal layer to improve your skin. C60 coupled with Boomer Boost. You can also couple it with resveratrol to get those synergistic effects. Take C60 every day. I've been taking C60, a teaspoon a day, every day since 2016. So, slow down the aging process and improve your organ systems by taking C60. That's the end of my broadcast. Thank you for listening. I greatly appreciate it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the channel. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.